Neo-Nazism continues to run rampant in Ukraine as the Ukrainian president honors the Azov Battalion and other Nazi brigades fighting in the Ukrainian military. Like, bro, you know we can literally see that Nazi insignia, right?
Hello. I'm actually listening to something in the background, which is kind of relevant to things like the that just happened this week, like the elections. Um, they're really celebrating in New York over the mayoral election. Um, so I'm listening to some. I'm listening to it on this stream. It's basically something I used to do, which I guess I've done it before a couple weeks earlier with some other streams, but it helps get my point across about things. Because I'm not a professional content creator who does videos on this often. I used to, um, but I think it's good to comment on what we're about to listen to now, and basically it summarizes my sort of what I'm trying to get across a lot of the time during things like this, like the elections and other elections, or anything else going on politically in the world. Um, Now, I don't agree with everything that what we're going to listen to says, but on certain points, they basically describe my own sentiments, and that's why I'll typically play them to resonate my words and summarize my words and my stances. Um, I don't get my stances from any other people, though. I'll only play anything because it's already resonating what my stance is, basically. Um, but yeah, I typically make my own decisions on things, and it's just like it's so hard to find anything that actually, you know, basically describes what I'm observing myself because it's not like typically my stances don't have a lot of money backing. There's not a lot of money funding anything I'm trying to say or get across. It is not the financially solvent position to parrot what I say. So it's hard to find a lot of people who will basically say or describe what I'm describing. So it's very rare that I get to do that. But there's gonna also be another guest on here who basically I don't agree with, but on the actual important issues, I do agree with them on the general sort of message. But I don't agree with them on um, quite a few stances, which I guess I'll just get get into when it comes up. They're not a very they don't care about offending anybody, to be honest, for one thing. And I guess it'll make more sense when I get to it. But this is not that person. This is someone else. He's talking about the Ukraine war with the Azov battalion that they tried to whitewash ever since the start of the Ukraine war. The West has. They've been trying to whitewash them, basically. Trying to say that they're not Nazis when they are. They like have Nazi insignias. They have the same problem that Graham Cracker did. It was just a couple weeks ago that people were calling him out for and defending him. Fake leftist pundits and just normal fake leftists were defending that guy. Yeah, we need to vote for Nazis now. We actually love them as long as they're you know challenging the Republicans. We don't care if they're Nazis at all, right? So we're basically just getting into a scenario where we're just going to be ending up voting for two Nazis in both parties. So like, what's the point at that point? It's silly. it's insulting too. It's like it's also it makes me nervous. You know, if I can't trust fake allies, so-called allies, to even have standards against Nazis and supporting them, and you know, like what am I like? Why should I support anything they're saying? Why should I listen to them? Right? They clearly don't care about my safety as a black man, much less anyone else's. You know, there's more than just white people in this world. You know, there's very complacent. There's people who like all these pundits. They're white. Kyle Kalinske shilling for that Nazi graham cracker. Crystal Ball was shilling for him. Um, his wife. Well, yeah, obviously they're gonna have the same stance. Sam Cedar, the Majority Report, Emma Veglin, Hassan Piker for a while until you know his audience rejected his endorsement of that guy so hard after what they found out that he's just stopped shilling graham cracker. He would keep shilling him like Kyle Kalinske and Sam Cedar if his audience didn't really turn on him for that. His audience holds him more to account than a Sam Cedar audience, I would say, because most of what Sam Cedar's audience is liberals. You know, they're not more radical thinking. Like Hassan, to his reluctance, has a more radical thinking audience, and they, not radical enough for my taste because they still fall for shit Hassan says, but they still don't forget to think radically and point out contradictions when they see it from other platforms, like a Sam Cedar. So he can't do what Sam Cedar does. He can't do what Kyle Kalinske does by still supporting these blatant Nazi candidates when it's so obvious that they're Nazis. All right, there's going to be a bunch of that devil's advocacy coming from, you know, the Majority Report and Kyle Kalinske and of maybe even Vosh. I think Vosh would even. I mean, I haven't watched Vosh in a long time. You know, those type of fake leftist people would defend a graham cracker if they find it beneficial. They don't like they're being a Nazi is like immaterial at that as long as they benefit. Like they're opportunists. They don't really care. And they're also bougie, so they don't care like how it affects normal people who don't have money. Right? Like how vulnerable they are to, fascist getting any sort of influence in positions of power and influence. Right? Wealthy people can insulate themselves from that more than a normal person. So, a Nazi is immaterial to them. They just figure, well, I got enough money to protect myself from the fucking stormtroopers. Unlike these peasants, who cares what the fucking unwashed masses say or think or feel? We don't care about what they think. We just care about beating Republicans because it's all just a fucking football game to us. We don't really care. We just don't want to. We just don't like being humiliated by the other team. We don't really care what happens policy wise. Like all that matters is if someone wins. We don't care if they actually, are held accountable to to like following any sort of campaign policy that they were like endorsing in their campaign. As long as they win, they don't ever have to actually follow up on their campaign promises. They can just do whatever the fuck, so long as they just beat the other team. And that's the type of shit that I'm tired of. That's why I don't fall for these elections anymore. And like a win does not make me excited. Right? They've been telling me I've needed to be excited ever since Obama won, and we got nothing for that. I didn't get shit after Obama won. I didn't feel like my life improved after he won. The racists certainly didn't disappear. Racism wasn't over. They tried to push that narrative. No, just because a token who's like half white for one thing, it doesn't really identify as a black person because he wasn't even raised by black people. He didn't grow up in any actual black neighborhoods. He was raised by a white people or in Indian people who tend to like try to lean more towards. I mean, like in the bourgeois circles, they try to like identify more as white than like as a sort of a people of color or a black diaspora. It's not common in the more bourgeois Indian circles, sadly. Um, that's because of a lot of colonialism in their history and the class system that was reinforced by the colonials who occupied their country, the British colonials. They reinforced that. Or the revolutionaries in India were trying to get rid of the caste system, but the British colonials empowered the people who wanted to maintain the caste system, and that's why that's still a remnant today in India, in Indian communities, and they hate black people. Being black is like the whole caste system in India is all related to how dark you are. You're perceived as like a black, right? And that's bad. You need to be white or white adjacent. So yeah, I don't like Obama's whole history is wrapped up in that shit. It's not like in any black diaspora. So it's not surprising that, he didn't really do anything for black people or marginalized people. Okay. He identified with people who are not marginalized or, don't want to associate with the marginalized by a great margin. They've been doing these sort of like token, like cosmetic, superficial win celebrations as if it has any sort of material result or it's going to ever have any material result. Like just getting like some puppet representative of our demographic is not reason for celebration. All right, you got to actually make some material sort of concessions toward us to make us trust you. That goes for any other marginalized people. Um, but at this point, they're saying we need to support Nazis straight up, like this graham cracker guy or the Azov battalion, who were straight up Nazis. All right, and I was saying this for like the whole 3 years we've been in Ukraine that they've been Nazis, and I pointed out the totem comps that those motherfuckers had, and like this is what I said would happen if we keep ignoring this shit. We're gonna be endorsing Nazi candidates over here. We're gonna be endorsing Nazi figures over here because you're just desensitizing people to this Nazi shit, where you're just letting them in. You're letting them in to prey on the underclass and marginalized people. And you're saying they're the only thing we got. That's the only choice we have to beat the Republicans. Well, yeah, because of you, because that's all you want to put up there. You don't want to find anybody else. There's a candidate that Graham Plattner was like. There's another candidate in that fucking Maine race, basically for senator, that has the same stances as Graham Cracker. Only, you know, he's not a fucking Nazi. He's just not being shilled hard because there was big money behind this Graham Cracker guy. All right, he has a whole media apparatus that was shilling him. Meanwhile, the other guy, who's just like him in Maine, only not a Nazi, he wants the same things that he's campaigning on. Health care and better pay and stuff like that. But he's not a Nazi. He didn't go to Iraq and Afghanistan to genocide a bunch of brown people. He doesn't have a lot of money behind him, so they're not promoting him like Hassan or the Majority Report are. And that's a problem. That's a byproduct of this, what I'm talking about. Right? The very convenient yet recidivist sort of support of Nazis by our so-called leftist base in America. It's like I'm convinced that America is kind of a lost cause because we don't really have a leftist base or one that's promoted or encouraged at all. Like there's too much infiltration in this space to where we got that shit going on. A bunch of Nazis being validated or apologized for. Like for the longest time, this space in America, the fake left space, has been defending the Azovs, and that's what the beginning of this video is on. Defending Banda rights in the Svoboda party. Um, like Zelensky has banned opposition parties. He's banned left opposition parties. Yet we got leftists defending that motherfucker. Fake leftists over here in the States. Not everywhere, obviously. Just conveniently in white Western countries, this is happening. Because when you live in a white Western country, the white colonialism isn't far behind, and it is the indoctrination of the public that lives in these Western countries, these white Western colonial countries. It seeps in. It seeps into all the spaces, even the so-called leftist spaces, and they start regurgitating white colonial Nazi shit and defending them even. And that's the problem. And this is why I'm starting to think, like, are these white Western countries, especially the country I'm in, are they worth saving, or do they even deserve any sort of like relief at all? Like, do they even deserve like an actual good candidate? I mean, they're not supporting them anyway, but do they even deserve better at this rate? When it's clear that the entire sort of ethics of the society is just it's too far gone. Like, and I don't even feel sorry for people anymore over here, because it's like people are even they're just encouraged to not even care that we just genocide people all across the globe with our imperialism. Like, oh, we killed 1 million people in Iraq, 2 million really, Afghanistan too. Like, who gives a fuck? The people who did that should actually run for office, and we should validate them. Like, who cares if they have Nazi tats? Who cares if they talked about the Totenkopf years ago? Okay, who cares that we're supporting Nazis overseas who are genociding marginalized groups and people they don't perceive as white? That's fine. We need to support those guys so we can beat the old Cold War enemy. Like, we got to support this very right wing Nazi narrative to justify supporting right wing Nazis, literally, against this old Cold War enemy. All right, that's why we got to support the Azovs so they can beat the Russians, because it's the Cold War all over again. We want to still do the McCarthy shit in the modern day, because they are a threat to our influence over other countries that we want to enslave with our imperialism, right? They're over there offering countries like an exit by selling them on their own oil or gas, and also offering loans and trade deals that aren't, beholden to the U.S. and the other Western white colonial capitalist slave states, basically. You know, they're encroaching on our slave business. All right, we don't like that shit. Okay, we like the slaver market. Okay, that's why we support Israel. That's why back when apartheid South Africa was around, the U.S. was in support of the apartheid in South Africa. That's why U.S. overthrew Libya and allowed it to be turned into a slave state, and that was during Obama's term, right? And this is why I say Obama didn't do shit for black folks, much less Africa. Look what he did. He allowed an African nation to be overthrown by a bunch of Nazis and slavers. I mean, he facilitated it because he worked for the white colonials. He was a Trojan puppet for them. That's why they let him in the office, because he's just white colonialism in a fucking blackface. Fake, like, and not even full black, because they don't even like black people like that. They tolerate like a half black man in the office. That's why he was a good one. and he didn't really identify as black from the looks of it. He went to straight up talk in front of a bunch of African nations and their public to tell them they shouldn't industrialize or develop, for the sake of for the sake of the planet. Don't do it. All right. Just let those white people have all the development, and so you don't challenge their authority, and you can't get from under their thumb. Okay. Don't don't dare try to get out of the SWIFT system. By the way, the SWIFT financial system. Don't try to make your own currency and your own banking system. Okay, because the white countries won't like that. That's what Obama did. That's what he told African nations. He's not an ally. He's fucking Reagan in blackface. That's what he was. He praised Reagan. He even pointed out that his policies are just Reagan repackaged. Yet they try to repackage that motherfucker like he's a fucking leftist, and he's for our benefit, us black folks. Like, I had so many of these bougie white people coming up to me when Obama won and telling me I should be proud that motherfucker won, and I'm like, why? What is he doing? Look what he's doing. He's bailing out. That was the first thing he did. He helped bail out the fucking banks in Wall Street. Right? Bush did it. He continued it. Didn't stop that at all. Didn't reverse it at all. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? How does that benefit anyone? Like, those guys need to fail. They're the biggest parasites on the country. They're why it fucking they're why the economy crashed. Why are you helping them? Why are you saving them? Why are you giving a big handout to the health insurance companies? What the fuck are you doing there? You mandate that we have to get private insurance. Well, you just gave them a handout. That's just welfare for them. Like, how does that help us? No, you need to get rid of them. We need actual Medicare for all, motherfucker. That's what we thought you were going to do. I knew he wasn't going to do that because he wasn't talking about that. But this is what people were marketing him as, you know, to try to fool us, you know, less wealthy people than us marginalized people. Yeah, that's what he wants to do. Even though he didn't say that's what he wants to do. He says he wants to do that Romney care shit, which is, what happened. That's all that fucking plan he did was. It's Romney plan that he did in his fucking state. Okay. I think I've figured out this guy. Yeah, I'm playing the Street Fighter. um, because I ain't played it in a while. But yeah, I'm gonna be doing that as I listen to this in the back. I guess I've stalled long enough to summarize what I'm gonna be playing today.
They're not even trying to hide it anymore. Meanwhile, the Western media is still actively whitewashing Nazis in Ukraine. The Western media is in denial, despite the fact that Nazism in Ukraine is one of the main drivers of this conflict. You can't blame the Russian people for wanting to get rid of this Nazi scourge next to their border who is attacking and killing ethnic Russians in Ukraine. This is why the West.
Yeah. In On top of the issue of it, the racist sort of Nazi policy that the Ukraine's engaging in, this clandestine sort of action they're engaging in with the Nazi practices. They're also they're on the border of Russia. People need to realize that, like, Ukraine isn't like overseas from Russia. They're like right next door. They border Russia. So we got a Western proxy state, which is what Ukraine is. It's a U.S. proxy state that they invaded back in 2014 under a coup, because the U.S. does nothing but coup other countries. That's all the fucking State Department does. It plans coups and takeovers of other countries. Um, Sadly, but yes, that's what happened in 2014. It was called the Maidan demonstrations, but I just call it the Maidan coup because that's what it was. They they say that well, the West represents it different by saying that, yeah, the guy Yanukovych, who was the original leader back in 2014, he was democratically elected. All right, he got the popular vote. He was in there legally. So this narrative about him, like the public hating him so much that he decided to shoot at him, doesn't add up at all. If that much of the public hated him, he wouldn't have won the elections. And it doesn't line up that he shot at them either, or ordered the state police to shoot at them, because the sniper shootings came from the Maidan held territory of a hotel where we know for sure that it was done by some right sector Nazis associated with the Svoboda Party. The leader of the Svoboda Party at the time was working alongside these guys. He allowed them to do that to cause like a disruption in the protest, and to make it possible to coup Yatsenyuk out of the country, and then just hand over the country to the U.S. puppet who took over. That's what it that like this is undeniable fact, verifiable fact. That's what the fuck happened. Okay, Zelensky even used to joke about it back before he became an actual president of Ukraine, because everybody knew this at that point. Everybody in Ukraine knew this, so that's how he could even joke about this, and everybody would of course laugh because it was true. Right? That wouldn't have been a funny. Those jokes wouldn't have been funny if everybody didn't know that in Ukraine, but they did fucking know that. That's why his set killed, and then he became president, and then killed literally. He took the mask off after he won the elections, or he was threatened to, because we know that they threatened his life. Because originally Zelensky was going to go along with the Minsk agreement to like pull away from moving east toward the Russian border, because obviously that's going to cause a conflict. You're getting close to the Russian borders to be able to fire missiles, and you're talking about getting missiles from NATO to fire into Moscow. Well, of course you're going to get Russia involved at that point. This is the way you're talking, and this is how you're moving. Yeah, you're going to get that border country that the U.S. has had animosity towards since the Cold War to respond. That's and the U.S. knew that. That's why they were predicting Russia's going to act. Well, yeah, you got your proxies moving close to the fucking border, and you're talking about getting missiles over there to fire at Moscow. Yeah, yeah, of course they got involved. The U.S. would get involved if Mexico was doing that shit, but under the orders of Russia. So yeah, that's just common sense. But in the West used to point this out. They would highlight this before the Ukraine war in 2022. Like the media over here, the news over here used to tell the truth about that. Yeah, yeah, those guys are Nazis, and the U.S. is not helping by supporting that over there. They would literally call this out. Yeah, the U.S. is backing some Nazis over there. This was before 2022, and then they all got amnesia after 2022. That's the problem. And the other thing about Zelensky, people want to say, "Oh, well, he's Jewish," so that doesn't make sense that it's a Nazi country, because we got Zelensky, who's supposedly supposed to be Jewish, as the leader. But yeah, didn't I have to point out how his life was threatened? By the very Azov troops that we've been talking about being Nazis. Yeah, he told them to pull back when he became president. Pull back from the fucking Donbass. Stop moving east because we're gonna do the Minsk agreements, okay? Or the or a revised version of the Minsk, because the Minsk happened before him, and then there was another version of it when he got into office that he decided he was going to abide by. That's what he campaigned on. The Minsk agreement was basically about getting the separatist regions of Ukraine to reintegrate back into Ukraine, not to take them, which is how it's framed over here. The Minsk agreement said nothing about taking the Donbass regions into Russia's federation. That's not what the Minsk agreement said. This was never a desire of Russia, and I got to point this out because Russia are the ones who made Ukraine sign this agreement so as to stop the civil war that the U.S. was having them fight ever since 2014, having the separatist regions in Ukraine fight ever since 2014. So that's why it's important to point that out, because Russia are the ones who made them sign that. Now, if this is a thing, Russia made these losers that they had to beat them in a fight. That's how they got them to sign this agreement. They had, they had to get these Nazis. Well, they had to beat them first, and then they made them sign this agreement to so as to have a ceasefire and in a real attempt at peace. They didn't want a ceasefire; they wanted a peace agreement. That's what the Minsk agreements were about, and that's why Russia made them sign it. And it was really just to try to mend the animosity and try to get the separatists to reintegrate it back into Ukraine, get the Nazi elements out of the way, stop banning Russian, because that's what happened in 2014 after the coup. They decided to ban Russian and actually attack anyone who spoke Russian, any ethnic Russians. But the ethnic Russians is a misnomer. They were just going after anyone who spoke Russian, right? They wanted to have a complete sort of embargo against Russia under the orders of the West, because the West doesn't like Russia because they see them as a rival to their influence, and that's really the only reason. Not because Russia was inherently evil or more evil than the U.S. For selfish power reasons. But in the Minsk agreements, there was nothing about trying to take the separatist regions. And the other thing about Zelensky being Jewish is also it's immaterial, because when you have the Zionists around, and none of the Zionists seem to be opposed to Nazis in any way, and even you know engage in their practices. And we see what the fuck Israel does, and then you got to see what Ukraine itself is doing. Okay, they got this oligarch in Ukraine named Ihor Kolomoisky. That's the guy who bankrolled Zelensky in his campaign to presidency, in his TV show before he became president. He funded that entire production. Ihor Kolomoisky. Guess what else he did? He was a prolific funder of the Nazi groups in Ukraine, the right sector, uh, the Svoboda Party, the Azovs, all the Nazi, all the Banderites. That motherfucker would fund. He funded those Hitler-loving assholes. He's Jewish. The thing is, yeah, Kolomoisky's Jewish, or identifies as Jewish, yet he bankrolled Nazis. And even Zelensky pointed this out in his set. And this is all before he became president. So I don't know when he came under the bankroll of Kolomoisky, but the set he did was in post 2014. and also before he became president. He didn't become president in Ukraine until 2019. So between 2014 and 2019 is when he did that stand up. He, clowned on how Kolomoisky, who's Jewish, he pointed out that he identifies as Jewish, but he also funds Nazis. So there's no contradiction there. When even he's acknowledging, yeah, that there are some Zionists who apparently have no problem with backing Nazis as long as it's for their own benefit. They don't give a fuck, all right? So the whole Nazi pointing out that like Zelensky is Jewish doesn't mean anything when you acknowledge that. Yes, he's Jewish. That doesn't mean that someone identifying as Jewish is not in support of Nazis, though. It's a weird, but that's the reality of this fucked up world. And then you gotta consider that like Zionists have never really fought Nazis. They've used narratives about how Nazis are the reason why we need the Israel state, but they've never actually fought any Nazi soldiers or groups. You'll never hear about the IDF actually fighting any Nazi groups or affiliations. You'll see the opposite. Any white supremacist groups, they've never fought them. No IDF soldiers are ever sent out to go fight actual white supremacists. You have IDF soldiers actually assisting apartheid South Africa, though. So there's no contradiction in like a claimed identity of Jewishness when you look at history and who fascist Zionists have aligned with or not even actually fought. Like, name any incident in history where the fucking IDF fought any Nazis. You can't. They work with them. They work with white supremacists. They support everything they do, and they engage in their practices. They engage in white supremacist practices within their own fucking state. Go look at the history of the fucking Ethiopian Jews. Um, when Israel was first bothering to allow any brown people into their society, they because originally it was Palestine, but then the Israel state came along, and they decided to, well, this Israel state part is only for us. We'll let in some tokens though to make so we don't look like we're straight up Nazis over here, but we're gonna give the stipulation that you got to get sterilized. They didn't actually tell the Ethiopian Jews this though, because they let in Ethiopian Jews into this Israel part of their that land that was newly established, but they also sterilized them because they didn't want any black people. They didn't want like a prominent black population. That's why you'll see more black people in Gaza than you'll see in Israel. They sterilized them. Although they've been doing a lot of things to try to curb population in Gaza too, especially black. But you'll see more of them there still compared to Israel. Tel Aviv basically. So yeah, there's no contradiction. So I'm tired of hearing this point. Like, well, that's a lie because Zelensky's the president. There's no Nazis over there because Zelensky's the president. Well, Zelensky is a beard for one thing. He's a beard as he's a beard to defend the Nazis who actually run shit over there, right? And the narrative that like the Nazis aren't popular in the elections, well, that doesn't. Even if we want to, say that's still the case, and that was the case in 2014, yeah, for sure, because yeah, there was less of that Nazi indoctrination in 2014. It's been a few years now, though, so the public's been more indoctrinated to accept Nazi shit now. Um, And especially when you ban leftist parties, yeah, that's all that's left. They don't allow any leftist speech or representation. So yeah, the Nazis are especially more popular for that. They justify banning the leftist parties because of the Ukraine war, but the Nazis are okay. The Nazi parties, the right wing parties are okay. Yeah. You don't even have the option of saying, yeah, we don't support Nazis because that's all that's left. That's the only parties that are left that are allowed to even have press freedom on top of political legitimacy or validity over there. That's because the Nazis, who they're not popular legislatively or at the ballot box, but Nazis don't care about that. Though they use their bully power, you know, they go and threaten people. This is how Nazis operate. They threaten violence or do actual violence to gain power. They don't rely on popular support. They rely on terrorism. This is what Nazis are. They're terrorists. They don't have to rely on votes to get their way. They rely on threats. And if they only have to threaten like the what is approximation of a couple or a few hundred people in their parliament, but that's easy. That's not like they don't have to convince the entire population of Ukraine. All they got to do is blackmail and threaten less than 1,000 people who are the representatives of the country to get their way. Right? There's a lot of policies that are popular with the public over here, yet it doesn't matter. They still don't get put in to law or anything. There's no enforcement of those policies that people would support, like Medicare for all. Most of the public would even like Republicans would be okay with that. There are Republicans who want that, but it doesn't go through. Like, just because people are popular or something is popular does not mean that the authorities will do it or care about it, and that they're not being blackmailed from doing it, blackmailed out of doing it. I mean, like a lot of people keep doing this narrative about like, oh, how Hitler came to power. He just got voted in. Like they think this is how fascists get power because they got popular. No, they didn't get in there through popularity. They got in there through corruption and terrorism. Like Hitler didn't get in because he was voted for. He was so popular in Germany. No, he got in because one of the authorities over there installed him, and he was also being backed by the collective oh, wealthy figures and elites in the collective West, like Britain, you know, or not even just Britain, but yeah, the Bank of International Settlements legitimized all the gold he stole from Eastern Europe. All right, they weren't actually opposed to Hitler. All right, he paid them like multiple amounts of multiple amounts of Versailles debt. Like the Versailles debt doesn't even compare to all the gold he gave the Bank of International Settlements, who were handling the Versailles debts to begin with. That was always a lying cope that a bunch of Nazi apologists like to use. Oh, it's the Versailles debt that made Hitler um, and the Nazis rise, and that's why they were so mad because of the Versailles debt. When if they were still paying the fucking Bank of International Settlements tons of gold, then it wasn't the Versailles debt was not the issue. They were doing this after they came to power, after the Nazi. Third Reich thing was already going. And these were like the Western allies who ran the Bank of International Settlements. So I don't want to hear this bullshit that they actually hated them. That's revisionism. They were supporting them behind the scenes, and they came into the war very late after Russia had did most of the fighting ever since 1933 against Russia. Or 1939, not 1933. 1933 is when the Reich was established, but 1939 is when they popped off, and the rest of the collective Western allies didn't really get involved until later. Russia got involved right away because the only reason Hitler was put into power anyway was to fight the Soviet Union in the first place. They wanted him to get rid of the communists, weaken the communist. And the biggest communist was the communist state of the Soviet Union at the time. That's why the Soviet Union suffered most of the brunt of that war and were the ones who were pivotal in defeating the Nazis. It wasn't the US, wasn't Britain, especially not France, who didn't even fight. They just allowed Germany to do what the fuck they wanted. I don't even believe like it's because France was so weak and scared. I think the leaders just really liked the Nazis because France has its own, supremacist, white supremacist history, especially in Africa. Look at the depraved, evil shit they were doing in Africa, and tell me they're any different from the fucking Nazis, right? Like Leopold was a role model to those motherfuckers. At that time, like France they were on board with that shit. Shit, they praised the fucking murder that the Germans did in Namibia. That happened well before the World War II. Germans always been evil as fuck. There's some revisionism about the Germans saying, "Oh, they never invaded an African country." Then, well, you go look at their history. That's not true. Look at what the fuck they did in Namibia. They even ate people, man. Like that. Every fucking white colonial country ate black people. You go look at what they did to Nat Turner. They ate that motherfucker after they killed him. And it wasn't just from like they didn't stop at grown brown black folks. They ate babies. They even ate brown black babies because they didn't see them as human. They were that fucking evil. They literally did this. This was normalized. This is why, like, it makes me nervous when they're normalizing Nazi shit, because this is the road it goes to, right? They think people could never go back to being that evil. You underestimate how evil, like, your white colonials are. There's too much apologia for white colonials and white establishment. They're white authorities. And the whole identity of whiteness is based on, othering people, dismissing them, and denying them, their autonomy, denying them their resources, denying them prosperity. That's what white identity is based on. It's a artificial identity that encourages rejecting, you know, like rejecting the identities that weren't originally considered white, like Italians. Since we got Thanksgiving coming up and we already had Columbus Day, like Italians didn't used to be like considered white, and the only reason we ever got Columbus Day was because they used to lynch Italians like they did black folks because they weren't considered white. They were even, denigrated as more uncivilized than black folks over here in America. They were dirty and nasty and more animalistic than the black people over here. That's how they were considered by the white establishment before they became white, honorary white, after the Italian government got involved. The only reason they're considered white now is because the Italian government, which was not a marginalized country at the time, decided to step in and, emancipate or, validate their people, right? Because if you want Italian diplomats coming to America, you can't have them thinking they're as lower than the Negro slaves. And that's why they even got their white status, because they're, affluent enough country of origin decided to step in. And as concession, they gave them the Columbus Day to make up for the lynchings they were doing to the Italians, and they gave them other concessions. That was just one of the bigger representative concessions. That's the only reason we have Columbus Day here. It wasn't a holiday until very late. But yeah, that's what I'm just pointing that out because that's like, this is whiteness is an artificial construct that's based in white colonialism and the oppression of other groups. Right? Gaining white identity is allowing for the oppression of others and the non-oppression of yourself. Right? Like, you got to become part of the white identity if you don't want to be lynched, and that was the agreement. And you artificially up the white um, population numbers where we're trying to make we're trying to we're trying to do this narrative where like only white people are the majority here, but that's only through artificial sort of naturalization policies from immigrants that we ship in, or that, I'm speaking in place of the colonials here, not me. The colonials, this is how they did it. This was their logic. This was their strategy. Okay, I think I got here figured out. Let's switch now.
Western corporate media has been so aggressive about lying about Ukraine. They don't want the world to know that they are siding with the Nazis. Because before the Russian special military operation, the Western media was clear that there was a Nazi problem in Ukraine. The corporate media used
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. He points out what I just pointed out. Yeah. They used to point out the Nazi problem in Ukraine long before the 2022 SMO. This is not something Putin made up or Russia made up. This is something undenied by damn near everyone around the globe prior to 2022. Mainstream news would talk about it all the time. And then they magically got amnesia. And then you got a bunch of Zoomers coming up who don't even know this or didn't pay attention when they were children when this was going on. Of course not. They're not really going to be big in the real world politics when they're growing up as children, little kids. So they didn't fucking know. But, people who were old enough decided to get amnesia about it. People who faked being left. And it pissed me off because they were defending these Nazis.
to talk about it all the time. In fact, the United States Congress used to have a ban from weapon sales going to neo-Nazi battalions in Ukraine. The West used to acknowledge the Nazi problem in Ukraine, but then they got the proxy war against Russia that they wanted. Now they call anyone who calls out the Nazi presence in Ukraine as repeating Russian talking points. They even have Google AI that is actively lying on behalf of the empire, claiming that Nazi presence in Ukraine is just Russian propaganda. Like,
Yeah, right.
bro, we literally see their
Yeah, this is
Nazi
what they do.
tattoos and
This is what they
insignia.
say.
The gaslighting is insane. It should be completely disturbing to everyone that our ruling class is
Like,
willing to
he's
whitewash.
showing the wolf angel, and wolf hook, which is a Nazi insignia. It was even in World War II. You saw this symbol. It's not like some new thing. But they're like saying, no, that's not a Nazi symbol. They have literal black suns on their fucking banner too. Like, I knew this. Well, like, I knew this so like if I fucking know this, it don't make sense that nobody else who claims to be leftist and they're also white doesn't know what the fuck a black sun represents. Like, these are people who played Disco Elysium for one thing. That shit's all over that game. So what the fuck did you think that was when you saw that in Disco Elysium? You played the fucking game. What did you think that represented? You didn't make nothing of it when you saw the Azovs brandishing that and these other fucking Ukraine troops with this shit on? Or that fucking summer camp for children, which had all those symbols all over that summer camp? What did you think that represented? Those black suns. Looks exactly like the shit you played in Disco Elysium. Why are you not noticing it here? Like, they're phony. That's why. Phony leftists who like Nazis secretly.
Nazis in Ukraine and are willing to completely to rewrite our reality in order to serve their neocon agenda.
What's poppin'? My friends, my family, welcome back to Nick at Prime Time. We have a banger for you today. We have the homie Haas from ACP, the chairman of the ACP, who will be joining us.
Yeah, I don't like Haas or the ACP really. Although I think they're more genuine about their goals. They're not like trying to pretend to be something they're not. But I don't agree with them on how they go about things. I mean, I don't agree with their stances really. Their methods are actually good. I think their methods are actually, yeah. They show results. They're actually trying to talk to a bunch of people, like as they should. But I just don't agree with them on quite a few things. They're too conservative for my taste. I'm not a fucking conservative, but they are communists. They're just conservative leaning, and some people will be offended by words they use. And I don't like them for the fucking Trump support they used to do. They used to do that shit because they were trying to do what they say is a good strategy of leftists. We need to infiltrate the Democrat Party and change it from the inside. This was the strategy of the ACP. We need to infiltrate the MAGA movement and change them from the inside. No, it doesn't work when you're dealing with reactionaries. Like the MAGA, I mean, you can talk to some people in MAGA who, the people who will listen are more, obviously they're going to be more prone to changing their mind. But the whole MAGA identity as a whole is basically just a reactionary sort of identity. So you're not going to have much success there trying to change the minds of people who are just want to be reactionary. So I shit on this strategy. I thought it would be a good idea early on to try to inform um, MAGA people about communism, try to convert them. But I'm so tired of trying to convert people who just made it clear that they have Nazi leanings, and that's why they even identify as MAGA in the first place. They're just reactionaries who don't really care about, you know, um, they're not really concerned about prosperity and improvement of society. They just want to be racist. They just want to be bigoted. So I'm tired of even trying to convince people like this. It's a waste of time. Haas was doing that back in the day, and I think he's doing it still. but not to the extent that I mean, he's not caping for Trump anymore, or any of that. He's calling him out for what he is. Because he was apparently convinced that Trump would be like anti-war because that's how he was campaigning. And I'm like, you're stupid. You're stupid, Huz. That's not what he's a liar. The only reason they're letting him run is if he's going to be pro-war. You don't get to sit in the fucking Oval Office unless you're pro-war. Like, it doesn't matter what party you're in. If you're not pro-war, you're not pro-imperialist, you're not going to get in there. Right? You don't support Israel, you're not going to get in there.
We'll be analyzing the results of.
Anyway, this is what I got to get into the conversation about Zohran Mamdani. Like, people think that. Okay, for one thing, Zohran Mamdani, they keep calling him a socialist. But he fucking shit on socialist countries like Venezuela and Cuba. So I'm like, how are you an actual socialist? You're shitting on Maduro and Miguel Diaz Canel and saying they're dictators. And especially when the U.S. is trying to invade Venezuela right now, and Mexico, and Colombia, much less Cuba. They're still embargoing Cuba, though. So how are you going to be talking like this when that shit's going on? And how are you a socialist at all? Like, you look like an industry plant when you do that, and that's what I'm thinking Zohran is. Like, if they really wanted to marginalize him, they would have treated him like that other candidate in Maine, that Graham Plattner, that had the same stances as Graham Plattner without the Nazi leanings and the slaughter of brown people. That guy, you don't know about that other guy because the media doesn't give him media attention. They gave Zohran Mamdani all this media attention. It's kind of like he's not really trying to be. They're not really trying to silence him at all. Is what I'm trying to point out. We know what it looks like when a candidate's trying to be silenced or being attacked by the establishment. It don't look like what happened to Zohran. That looks like a production, if anything.
Of the election last night, what it means for the working class. What did I'm gonna say this? What did I tell you guys? I told you guys the second that Donald Trump won. It's clear.
And like, Zohran only got popular because of what he said. He just said, I'm not going to go to Israel. I'm going to stay in New York. He didn't really make any definitive statement about Israel. He didn't say anything like, we need to get rid of Israel or anything like that, or get rid of their apartheid state at that time. He only got popular on, I'm just going to stay in New York. And what has he been doing ever since that? He's been backpedaling and saying, I don't want to be anti-Semitic and shit like that. Like, supporting Palestinians is not anti-Semitic. Okay? Why do you have to do this apologia? Why do you have to call Hamas terrorist and evil? Why do you got to call Maduro evil, an evil dictator who's suppressing the people and free speech? Like, why the fuck did you have to say that? What the fuck is that? You look like you're a plant.
It's clear as day that Donald Trump and MAGA, just like Joe Biden and the Democratic Party by funding a genocide, is here to bail out the Democratic Party. Soon as Donald Trump won, I saw people say, "Oh, there's going to be a MAGA dominance."
Yeah, this is how they get people to like go back to their fucking abuser, their fucking Stockholm syndrome abuser. I mean, it's like they have Stockholm syndrome. Yeah, this is how they go back to their abusive partner. They get somebody to do a scary performance who's representing themselves as the other party. Even after the last term that their party just did was very disappointing. They make sure to put on a performance to make them love that big fucking disappointment or, you know, even terrorizers sometimes. Like, Joe Biden broke up union strikes. He didn't stop that genocide after October 7th at all. He didn't make any attempts. So yeah, he was part of the genocide that was allowed. Um, I don't even want to give him credit because Joe Biden was already going senile, but still, his administration was in support of that, and Kamala, she was also in support of that. So yeah, nobody wanted to support her when she's not even going against that genocide. That's and you know what she did instead to try to get people on her side? Oh, we're gonna have Dick Cheney's daughter go and campaign with her. Yeah, and they wonder why like nobody wanted to vote for her ass. I mean, she's clearly showing that she's like an evil plant, and she's just gonna do the same old shit that we don't like. This is why you know this is why like a lot of us fell out of favor with the party, stuff like that. Why are you endorsing right wingers and their progeny now? And you're just endorsing genocide. You're not doing anything about it. Like what the fuck is that? You're just validating the white colonialism and ethnic cleansing and progeny of ethnic cleansers such as Liz Cheney. Like Dick Cheney is an evil motherfucker. That guy's responsible for the death of millions in the Middle East. You go fucking campaign with the daughter of this asshole who's just loved her daddy so damn much. This evil bastard who just died. Good riddance. I'm glad he died. It took him too damn long though. Like I don't want to hear any like Charlie Kirk apologia for that motherfucker. Like they said you shouldn't make fun of somebody dying. You shouldn't make fun of Nazis dying. Like they said that about Charlie Kirk. And this guy's worse than Charlie Kirk. So if I hear any more shit about how we shouldn't like make fun of the death of this Nazi, like you're not serious. I'm gonna like I will literally fucking crash out on you. I don't want to see that shit at all. No, Dick Cheney deserved to die. He deserves to rot in hell on a fucking spit. He needs to be rotisseried. If hell exists, I hope Satan's rotisserie him up his ass. That he never dies from it. He just keeps regenerating to get feasted on. It's like a Sisyphean punishment. Not well, no, more of Prometheus type punishment, really. But even worse. Yeah, I think we'll go with that. I got distracted. But yeah, we're gonna do this. This is my girl Alina from Street Fighter 3 Third Strike. She's finally back in the newest Street Fighter. I don't like her fit though. They need to give her like her new fit. Her old fit is good though. Her old outfit is in the game. But I don't like the default new fit she got so much. I don't know. It could be better. This is a different. This is like a skin that came with the season pass. This is the default skin. I don't know how to feel about it either. It's a little better than the default though. But let me play this. But yeah, it's like the parties just come in to redeem the other party to keep people invested in like electoralism only instead of like more material sort of results and other things like developing a real proletariat workers party. A new infrastructure that bypasses the corporate infrastructure of our parties and our elections. You know, this is what Lenin did. He didn't rely on the bourgeois parties in the bourgeois elections that they held. No, he built his own party and infrastructure. They had their own like underground newspaper to inform the people. They were because they were outlawed. They were like a banned party. Right? Real communist parties are outlawed. This is why the DSA is allowed to act in public without any opposition, really, because they're not a threat to the power structure. They're not a threat to the establishment. They just listen to what the DNC tells them to do. That's why. That's why they don't allow. I mean, that's why they're okay with the DSA being around. They're not actual communist threat at all. They are a reined-in bourgeois party that it's not even a party. Like the DSA doesn't even call themselves a party, so they can't even like they're not even a real representative party. If we could even try to run them as a new opposition party, but they don't even want to go against the DNC, and they're not even a real party. They want to just run as Democrats or run as a party that just does what the DNC tells them, and that's it. But the Democrat is not a workers' party. If the Democrats were a workers' party, that would be like, yeah, it would make sense that they run as a Democrat. But no, it's another corporate party that plays cover for the other corporate party, the Republicans. They come in to make each other look good and to make things worse. So they look like the salvation when they come in, and the Republicans do the same thing. They made Biden look like the worst thing ever to make it look like them coming in would be a salvation. You know, they both do it though, and it's like it never improves. It don't matter which party gets in. Like there's still no debt forgiveness whenever a Democrat comes in. There's no student loan debt forgiveness. There's no raise in wage, you know, minimum wage. There's nothing done about rent or housing in general, really. Not like lowering rent, but we shouldn't even be like talking about renting. We should talk about owning. But there's no movement on that either. Getting prices down so people can afford to own a home. There's no movement on that. There's no movement on Medicare for all. They barely even campaign on Medicare for all anymore. That's like taboo to even bring up, even during fucking COVID, which is what I kept pointing out. I've been pointing this out since 2020, the 2020 elections. Even during the bullshit COVID pandemic, even bringing up Medicare for all was considered dumb or taboo. I'm like, okay, well, and even after Biden won, I'm like, okay, what? He won now, and we're still in the fucking pandemic supposedly. Why the fuck aren't we doing any movement on Medicare for all? You'd have a good excuse to push it now, guys. Justice Democrats, the squad, AOC, Bernie, we have so much leeway and reason to push it now. Why the fuck aren't you doing it? You have a bullshit pandemic you can use as an excuse to push it, but you're not pushing it. I'm noticing that. I'm quite the noticer. Why the fuck aren't you doing it? And this is the shit that makes the Democrats look bad and like hypocrites, even and, like when confronted with the Republicans too. This is how they make each other look good, to or look like they'd be better once they come in. Stuff like that, negligence like that, lies about their promises and campaign promises. Like slowly but surely, like even people who voted for Trump right now, yeah, they're feeling that faith though, and they're feeling regretful. So yeah, maybe a Democrat will look better coming in. But if they're just gonna do the same shit Trump did and not gonna undo any of the laws or mandates and executive orders he put into place, then are they really gonna be an improvement? Even to the people who regret voting for him, like if they're noticing that yeah, the Democrats aren't even reversing any of the bad shit Trump did, prices are still not going to go down for groceries. Uh, Rent's still going to be going up and skyrocketing along with groceries. Their Medicaid is gone now. That's the new thing Trump brought in. That a lot of rural white countries, or not countries, but counties, voted for. I mean, they voted in Trump. I mean, I guess they did vote for it too because they're stupid. But yeah, they they know that they needed Medicaid though. Um, but that's pretty much gutted. Like they're noticing that, so yeah, I guess at this point, that's how they're gonna get you know a lot of people to actually want the new. You got to give them some wins. Basically, each party has to get a win to legitimize the you know legitimize the need to engage in these ritual elections. You got to make it look like there's actual competition out there, and they're not just one party engaged in the same policies, or and the only thing that's different is fake campaign rhetoric.
Just like Joe Biden
I'm just going to rewind what he
and
said.
Donald Trump
I'm
won.
not going to talk over what he just said because he just summarizes it so good.
What did I tell you guys? I told you guys the second that Donald Trump won. It's clear as day that Donald Trump and MAGA, just like Joe Biden and the Democratic Party by funding a genocide, is here to bail out the Democratic Party.
Yeah, yeah.
Soon as Donald Trump won, I saw people say, "Oh, there's going to be a MAGA dominance in politics." I'm like, man, I don't know about that, man. I know how this duopoly works. You had Donald Trump and MAGA that put America last.
Yeah. I've seen enough elections, man. I don't know why it takes people more than one or two elections to see the same tricks. Like I've seen enough. Like none of this shit is. I don't fall for any of the campaign talk anymore. Like even when I was a kid, I never really fell for it. But like as an adult, I've seen enough elections at this point. Like they don't. They're not honest. They're not telling us the truth, and they're both in support of the same status quo when you really look at it. And the status quo is moving further to the right, no matter which party gets in. Like actual material results are always moving right, no matter which party is in power.
You have Donald Trump that openly betrayed his entire base when he ran on an anti-war platform. Now he's still funding the Nazis in Ukraine.
Yeah.
He's flowing the idea of invading Nigeria.
Yeah.
The only thing he cared about doing as president thus far is governing on behalf of Israel.
Or speaking on Nigeria, yeah. China is getting involved in that, it seems, to stop him on that effort, which is good. Yeah. The whole narrative he's using to even go into Nigeria. They're killing Christians over there. They're killing everybody over there who's like, especially if they're black, because there's a big ethnic cleansing campaign going on over there. And the ones who are getting killed are already being funded by the West. He's not going to go stop that. He's going to go and increase the killing. That's his agenda. Because they want to. It's all about trying to take more resources. That's why that killing is going on top of the ethnic cleansing effort, because we are dealing with white supremacists here.
Americans, you guys think there's not going to be retaliation to this? This moment right here is the exact moment that Zohran Mamdani won this election. Now with Haas, we're going to explain what the election with Mamdani means. I think a lot of people are getting way too excited, which is the problem with the professional managerial class. Because remember, fam, the professional managerial class views victory as just winning the election and winning the election only. Fam, the battle is supposed to just begin if you're a Zohran Mamdani supporter, and already seeing these people playing and acting like his lawyer instead of holding him accountable, because Zohran is already tweeting nonsense about how we got to fight against anti-Semitism. But it was this moment right here, because the way I'm taking this, because the same way
just winning is all that matters, not what happens after.
when Trump won.
I'm so
I
tired
laughed
of
at
that.
MAGA when Biden won in 2020. I'm always gonna laugh at the loser. And this is we're witnessing massive meltdown from the Zionist lobby because of this. So this is a fantastic rhetorical victory against Zionism. And it is funny seeing the Zionist meltdown. I will enjoy this, but I'm gonna show you guys the exact moment which represents the change of the American psyche. This moment right here won Zohran Mamdani this election.
The first foreign visit by a mayor of New York is always considered significant. Where would you go first? Left to right, Ms. Adams.
First visit, I would visit the Holy Land.
Mr. Cuomo.
Given the hostility and the anti-Semitism that has been,
Yeah, this is what this clip right here is what gained Mamdani like populist appeal. This, which seemed like it might have been scripted. Now that I'm going and observing it, you got to realize that Mamdani has a director mother. You know, there's no doubt she taught him how to, you know, how to behave on the camera, how to have screen presence on the camera, being a director. She would actually even go to him for like tips on what projects to take. So like, he's very much informed in the direct, you know, how to put on a production, basically. Zohran Mamdani. All right, I wouldn't be surprised if his mother directed this entire conversation here. This was rehearsed.
New York, I would go to Israel.
Mr. Tilson, where would you go?
Yeah, I'd make my 4th trip to Israel, followed by my 5th trip to Ukraine, 2 of our greatest allies.
Come on,
fighting
man.
on the front lines of the global
He wants to
war
go to
on terror.
Ukraine too.
Mr. Mamdani.
Oh yeah, this is another thing people don't ever point out about Zelensky. Like people who, you know, these are people who, you know, they can you know, admit that Israel's doing wrong and we need to support Palestine. But at the same time, though, these people also support Ukraine and don't notice the contradictions going on, especially when their boy Zelensky is saying, "I want Ukraine to be a new Israel. I want to follow the Israel model." All right. Now, if that doesn't set off alarm bells for you and make you understand what the fuck is going on in Ukraine, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, they literally do want it to be like that. They want it to have an apartheid state and be able to genocide whoever they want and pick fights with other empires or do wars with the, well, not empires, but other world powers that are rivals to the West. They want to get weapons donated to them to, you know, be able to subjugate that the region they're in. That's what it is. This is what Zelensky said, and I don't know why people, like, they don't put 2 and 2 together, or why they're supporting him at all. This guy is clearly on board with Israel. Why are you caping for him? We had all those people defending Zelensky in that Oval, well, not Oval Office, that press office or press room conversation or argument he had with Trump earlier in the year. And that was like, that looked like so rehearsed to me when I go and look back on it. And Zelensky is an actor. So he knows how to put on, you know, stage play and, you know, performance, as does Trump, because, you know, you got to understand that Trump also did TV. He's not the only actor that was in that room. I mean, Zelensky was not the only actor in the room. Trump is also, you know, comes from media fiction. he was also literally on the WWE, quite a few performances there. So he knows how to fake beef, you know, follow a script. And that whole conversation and argument he had with Zelensky looked like it was just a pro wrestling skit. It didn't look genuine. And I think it was done to try to convince Putin that, Yeah, we're really not happy with what Zelensky's doing over there. We're not going to stop sending him money and weapons, though. But just believe this phony performance in this press room that we're really not on board with Zelensky. We also want to send nukes at your country using this submarine, and we're not going to you know we're not going to point that out while we accuse you of doing that. Um, it's like they're still like people want to say that like Trump and him are buddies with no, not when you actually pay attention. They're not buddies. He wanted to make he was trying to get Vlad to be his buddy with stupid performances like that in the press room, because he wanted to like try to get Putin to align with him to fight China. That's the ploy they were trying to do. That's why that whole performance was even done, to send a message to Russia that, yeah, we're actually on your side, guys. So please align with our plan to go and fight China, your biggest ally, later. Like, no. Russia saw through that. They didn't agree to that. Nice try, guys. But we know what the fuck you're actually doing. We will never unalign from China. They are our biggest partner. They're loyal. And they have like, you know, more malevolent, I mean, not malevolent, more benevolent sort of desires in our region and in the Pacific. So, and in the world, really. Yeah, we want to be global partners with them. And I'm not even like saying like Putin's a great guy. Like he's like, and he's kind of suppressing the Communist Party over there, the KPRF, I think is what it's called, over in Russia. But ever since the 2022, he's been listening to them more because Putin wasn't a communist, obviously, but since 2022, he's kind of like seeing the necessity of the communist practice and their strategy back when it was the Soviet Union. Yeah, we need to do some actual self-defense instead of this post-Soviet strategy we've been on, and we need to listen to the KPRF more because the main reason that Russia went into the Donbass for the SMO was at the behest of the Communist Party of Russia. They kept pushing this issue. We need to go there. We can't be making like fucking um uh, like old like Bolshevik mistakes back when they were starting out, where there was like less effort to bolster defense against, or not even Russia, but Finland. I would say Finland and Mac knows Ukraine. We can't be like Mac knows Ukraine or Finland, who was fucking up royally when the White Guard were being propped up. Okay, we gotta do some real defense here, like Lenin and Stalin basically promoted there during the Civil War prior to World War II. And he's right.
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
Mr. Mamdani, can I just jump in? Would you visit Israel as mayor?
I will be doing as.
This is the exact moment he won the election. Like, you could pack this shit up right at this exact moment. And the Zionists overplayed their hand because Zohar Mamdani didn't even want to talk about Israel-Palestine like that. They themselves made this a referendum. And I don't know if they was like doing a live, almost like they're using the New York election as a way to test the waters of how the American populace are feeling about Israel, Zion, because they made it about Zionism. Zoran, like, bro, I don't want to talk about that. Yeah, I condemn globalized intifada. I want to run about the cost of living for New Yorkers. And as these people made it clear, the ruling class made it clear that they didn't give a fuck about New Yorkers. They care about, and they only care about governing for their favorite apartheid genocidal regime. And they're just a small part of the cope. This is why we're seeing the Democratic Party revival, because Donald Trump and MAGA is doing their part. The same way that Biden did his part to revive Donald Trump by committing a genocide, by continuing to fail the American working class by breaking rail strikes.
Yeah. That's what he
That's
did.
what we see in the Trump administration. This is the he's the ambassador to Israel, isn't he? 30% of Jewish Americans voted for Mamdani. So you guys lost the information war. Here's Jonathan Greenblatt from the ADL. You already know the ADL's having a meltdown.
Oh yeah, they've always been shitty. They defended South African Boers.
Calls from Jewish New Yorkers.
What a fake ass
alarmed.
institute.
Their kid was harassed in college. Their child was bullied in K through 12. Their synagogues vandalized. So here's what ADL is doing right now. If you are a Jewish New Yorker, we have your back, and we will hold Mamdani, Mayor-elect Mamdani, accountable. And I will.
Come on, man. So I can enjoy these moments. These moments are hilarious. I want to take advantage of any political event that captivates the masses in order to spread my message of anti-Zionism, raising awareness about how we occupied by these Jewish supremacist scum. And unfortunately, I see the pressure working. I've seen the pressure working already on Mamdani. And I have made an argument, and we've seen it, the argument made by many of my Palestinian friends who've been critical of Zoran, that he actually legitimized many of the Zionist talking points against the Palestinian
He did.
movement.
And it pissed me off.
By condemning the Palestinian resistance, by condemning globalized intifada.
Yeah.
He's not shifting the Overton window to the left. He's legitimizing talking points.
Right-wing talking points.
Should have been conceding to
Like,
us.
this is what was making me like not like him early on. Like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? You were on a roll with this clip that he just played. You go and sit. It's about these right-wing talking points. These fucking imperialist talking points, man. Fucking Nazi talking points. It might as well be. That's what they're just like reinforcing their fucking narrative. Yes. People who are like defending themselves against colonialism, you know, they're like just evil terrorists. They're jihadis and shit. They should be ashamed of themselves. Like, this is shit I can't fucking stomach, dude. If I even see a glimpse of that, I'm already like, you're dead to me. I'm not giving you the benefit of the doubt anymore.
So as people are uncritically cheerleading for Zoran Mamdani, you had the Zionist class who they was going to work. And they have successfully shifted Zoran on his positions on the NYPD. He apologized for calling the NYPD racist. And now he has this insane Zionist who pledged to crack down on anti-Semitism. and is that he's going to keep at the NYPD. And I can't wait to ask. I'm going to ask Haas about this, but every time I hear Zoran describe as democratic socialism, it always makes me want to vomit.
Yeah. I don't fuck with the democratic socialists anymore.
Like, I don't want socialism
they're frauds.
to be blamed.
They just proved that they're frauds.
Zoran Mamdani inevitably fails to decrease the cost of living for New York. Because Zoran Mamdani hella overpromised. And this is what we've seen time and time again. These people are allowed to call themselves socialists. They're here to drag what it means to shift. They shift what it means to be a socialist to the right. That is what we see from AOC.
Yeah.
These people are are
Yeah, AOC voted for the Iron Dome.
welfare state. Now, if you don't think this is a criticism, that's okay. It's not everything I say about Zoran Mamdani is not meant to be a scathing criticism. So if you like welfare capitalism, then I guess Zoran Mamdani is your guy. But I'm way beyond welfare capitalism. I want to completely destroy the political power of the capitalist class.
Exactly.
I want a dictatorship of the
I want to dismantle their infrastructure of influence. I don't want to like adopt it and validate it and give it like just ask permission from it. No, I want to replace it. Like I don't want them having influence over or even the chance to have influence over us. They need to go. They need to fucking go. It's like Israel itself. The Israel state needs to go. Apartheid state shouldn't be allowed to exist. They need to go. The fucking Bolsheviks didn't keep in the fucking monarchy. They got rid of it. This is something else we need to get rid of. These are like toxic, parasitic, evil-ass institutes that don't serve us. We need to replace them with actual proletariat infrastructure that serves us, not billionaires, not corporations, or white supremacists.
Proletariat. This is not that what Zoran is doing. Zoran conceding to landlords. Him making alliances with the business capitalist class.
Yeah, he had a big meeting with them.
Engaging in class struggle. He
validating their power.
Landlords that, hey man, I'm not gonna do anything that harm your profits and harm your power.
Yeah, I remember that.
That's what he said.
That's what he said. Yeah, he did.
So if you want, how
can you pretend that this motherfucker's a socialist? Okay, I'm gonna schmooze with the fucking landlords and the fucking corporations, and I'm just gonna tell them I'm not gonna threaten their power, and I'm just gonna send that message to everyone. I'm not gonna threaten their power. Don't fear me, guys. I'm just a Trojan. I'm not gonna do anything that's actually socialist or actually challenge your authority or any way. Okay? Just let me win. Let me fool these stupid leftists, and you can party. It's party time. Like, fuck off.
Zoran is your guy, but Zoran is not a socialist.
Exactly.
And there are a lot of DSA.
It's my problem.
When you say this, but we have to gatekeep what it means
it's
to
like,
be a socialist. Because
we got a lot of these fucking repackaged shit libs who got a pantomime as socialists now because nobody falls for the shit lib the shit lib sort of performance anymore, or behavior. All right, they have to feign socialism to sound more palatable to the more populist left, the more radical leaning left, especially because they fear the more radical leaning left is going to do something like a Bolshevik style revolution. So they got to pacify them with fake socialist, identifying candidates that they've been doing ever since 2016 now, or 2014 really, with AOC, who didn't really do anything socialist at all. She praised Nancy Pelosi, calls her Mama Bear, and votes for the Iron Dome. Right? That's what she did. Cries about kids in cages and, does nothing about trying to fight, giving more funding to ICE, because ICE has been around for a while. They've been around before Trump was ever even in office, like his first term. But apparently the Democrats never had any problem with them. Even after Trump's term and use of ICE, they didn't really defund ICE or their authority at all. They didn't really try to limit it in any way or stop any more funding of it in any way. Restrict it in any way. They didn't do any of that. Even after Trump's first term. They kept it in. They gave them more money. They weren't kind to children either. They separated families during their terms. They put kids in cages during their term.
It's an active campaign to shift what
Okay,
it means
just trying
to
to
be a
change here.
socialist into supporting Banderite Nazis, to condemning the resistance. If you're a true advocate of the working class, a true socialist, a true communist, it's upon us to gatekeep and be 100% clear about what our intentions are. And every single time I'm hearing Mamdani ask this question about socialism and communism, he runs away from communism as fast as possible. This is the anti-communism that you see among the progressive managerial class. Instead of using this opportunity to explain why we should be challenging the power of the capitalist class, the DSA elected, what they do is they immediately cave to the framing.
Yeah, the DSA is so useless.
Promote this false idea of democratic socialism as if socialism isn't inherently democratic. But I'll let the video play because this is.
I know. It's a misnomer. I hate it.
Record on this. And even if you look,
They might as well just call themselves Sock Dems, which Lenin and Stalin criticized. All right. Sock Dems are not allies. They are opportunists.
I'm dying. You should be calling this nonsense out. Why are people acting like lawyers on behalf of these politicians? So we have Haas who will be joining us soon. I want to get his thoughts on this because this is every time I hear this man talk about socialism, it makes me want to vomit. So let's play this clip and I'll bring our guests in.
I'm not noticing anything socialist about him other than, I guess, no, there's nothing really socialist about him. He's not talking about changing infrastructure. He's talking about, like, we got to do more liberalism with the smiley face, liberal capitalism with the smiley face, basically. Allow the capital holders to still have all the influence and authority. We just got to wag our finger at them and make them be nicer instead of just, neutering their power from the get-go. Like, nah, dude, fuck all that. We need to just restrict their power, take away their power, all right? Give the worker, the proletariats, the means of production, ownership over their own resources and infrastructure. Not billionaires. Don't allow them to own neighborhoods or the media. Speculate on housing. Like, no, they shouldn't even be allowed to do that. You're not talking about that. You're talking about begging them to give fair prices to the tenants, and that's it. How are you gonna? You're not talking about how you're holding them accountable. You're gonna make them do that. How are you going to do that? You're not even presenting that even as a narrative. You're just gonna beg them. Okay. Well, that's not reassuring. Yeah, I like these Luigi colors. It's a Luigi Mangione type of day. I mean, never mind. Yeah, Gal. Fuck him. Gal is another soldier. Winner, decided to be a soldier to kill people overseas, brown people. I don't know. Street Fighter World is a little different. It's not necessarily an ethnic cleansing agenda in Street Fighter so much. The Street Fighter World is not based. I mean, well, no, it does have real world countries, to be honest, but not necessarily real world history. But I don't know.
Us now.
And the communist joins us now.
They keep calling him a communist. They really want you to think that this guy is a communist. He's on your side, radical left. More radical thinking left who want to revolt against the fucking billionaires and put them in guillotines. Please don't do that. We gave you a fake Trojan candidate to pacify you. We were directly calling him a communist. Please believe it.
how do you respond to that when somebody comes up to you and says, I can't vote for you because you're a communist?
I said there are reasons you might not want to vote for me, but let's be honest about my politics. I'm a democratic socialist no matter how many times President Trump calls me otherwise.
Yeah, explain the difference. What is the difference between a Democrat...
What he's saying is he's not really a communist. Don't worry, I'm not really a communist. I'm a Democrat. Like it's like he feels offended being called a communist. Even though he went through the pantomime trouble of joining the very useless DSA, which also pretends to be communist, while shitting on other socialist countries that are, did real world attempts at socialism or are still doing it, and they serve their people.
Socialist and a communist.
Well, I'm a democratic socialist who's also a Democrat.
Right.
And when I say I'm a Democrat,
I'm a Democratic socialist who is also a Democrat. Emphasis and underline the word Democrat there. Because Zohran Mamdani, he said very clearly that he wants to save the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
He wants to remind the Democratic Party of their working class roots. It's all a PR campaign to save a capitalist party.
You know, the other thing that was also noticeable in this campaign, the mayoral run, Cuomo ran as an independent. So all this gaslighting about, well, you're not going to get any attention if you run as an independent. Well, what? No, you have to be in the Democrat Party to run. And I'm like, clearly that's not necessary because even, they didn't ignore Cuomo despite him running as an independent. Like, we don't have to legitimize these parties to get media attention unless they're already well, actually, they're already compromised that they're getting media attention in the U.S. because the media in the U.S. is owned by the very people he's claiming or pretending to be against. The wealthy elite, the big business of Wall Street, in New York, obviously. They own the media that he gets platformed on. So if they're platforming him, they're not necessarily against him. They're asking him on their the shows that they own. They own NBC. They own the show that he's on right now. It's the billionaires, the greedy billionaires who want to do foreclosures, who want to jack up prices on healthcare, much less food. They're allowing you on this platform and their program. They don't fear you at that point. It's obvious they see you as an asset. But he knows that, but they want the public to not know that.
Party. But I'll let him finish his answer here.
Democratic socialist and a communist.
Well, I'm a democratic socialist who's also a Democrat.
Right.
And when I say I'm a democratic socialist, I explain it in the words...
Oh, why did I quit? I didn't want to quit.
Who said that call it democracy or call it democratic socialism, there must be a better distribution of wealth for all of God's children in this country.
Right.
And what I actually find is that when you're speaking to New York...
This is just a small point, but I said this 1,000 times.
Mm-hmm.
I hate when people quote...
He's quoting Martin Luther King. This pisses me off, too. And a lot of them are always like white people or, non-black people trying to repurpose, black civil rights or activists or, freedom fighters words for their own agenda and their own opportunist sort of effort, basically. And it pisses me off. It's and they just misrepresent a lot of it a lot of the time. He's doing that here as well. He didn't say to rely on electoralism to get change. He wanted to make real, systemic change. He didn't want to say, "Oh yeah, we just want to get a win for a bourgeois party, and that's great. That's all that we want." Right? We just got to depend on their campaign promises. He wrote about this basically in his letter he wrote in Birmingham when he was in prison. No, they need material changes. They want actual material changes. not fake representatives who pretend to care about, the struggles of the marginalized, much less society.
Black leaders to explain their liberalism. When people, but I'll let him finish his answer here.
Who's also a Democrat,
Right.
Who said that God's children.
It's a small point, but I said this 1,000 times. I hate when people quote radical black leaders to explain their liberalism. Don't quote MLK to explain your irrelevant, contradictory ideology. I hate when they fucking do that because
Yeah.
MLK called out militarism.
Yeah.
Was critical of capitalism. So they always use this quote, which as a standalone quote is not a bad quote.
Yeah, MLK was basically criticized. I'm pretty sure, him and Malcolm X criticized the Vietnam War before they were shot by the FBI assets. The FBI were behind both their deaths. It's pretty blatant. COINTELPRO pretty much exposes this effort.
But that quote is not a good quote if you use that to justify why you're not engaging in class war. Socialism is not when you're able to vote for a welfare state. That's essentially what he's advocating for. Anyway, let me continue.
Yes, vote for a setup where you're the capitalist. They're just nicer to the people. All right, it's capitalism with a smiley face is what that is. That's not socialism. That's not workers having more influence over the society and owning the means of production, owning their nationalizing their infrastructure and their resources.
Let's continue to talk. I want to get Haas thoughts on this.
Socialism, there must be a better distribution of wealth for all of God's children in this country.
Right.
And what I actually find is that when you're speaking to New Yorkers, they ask you less how you describe your politics and more whether there's room for them in that politics.
Right.
And New Yorkers are asking me, does your politics have room for my struggle to afford my rent, my childcare, my groceries? And frankly, President Trump ran an entire campaign focusing on the cost of living.
Yeah, because like promises like that they're not socialist. They are. This is why people even like bother. This is like the incentive that's even offered to why you should even bother to vote for either candidate. Well, they're going to improve your lives this way, okay? They're going to do stuff for you. Then, as opposed to giving you more influence and power within your own society, right? The capitalists are going to be nicer to you if you vote for this guy. Right? We're not going to hold the capitalists accountable in any way to make them do this, by the way, but we're going to promise it in our campaigns.
Groceries. And his inability to do so is now making him increasingly desperate to try and stop the campaign that will actually deliver on the same diagnosis that he shared.
Yeah.
So I want to get Haas in. I want to get your thoughts on this. We have the chairman of the ACP who has joined us on RBN once again. Thank you for joining us on RBN, Haas. I did. It's good to have you on again.
Yeah, this is Haas.
How you doing, Nick?
Haas gives some hot takes. I don't really agree with him on quite a few things. But on the important things, he is very right. And that's about as much credit as I'll give him. Such as, like, his historical accounts about the Soviet Union. He's pretty, credit where credit's due. He knows his shit. And he's very accurate with a lot of his assessments about Soviet history. Especially lately. Compared to when he first started out. I was shouting him down basically like from my screen quite a few years ago because he was like capitulating too much on arguments against Soviet Union and how they're framing them in the first place. He was just trying to validate the false framing instead of discrediting it. That's what pissed me off. But he's gotten better over the years now. At least in regard to that. Not everything, though, which you'll hear a little bit of here. But he's right on the important issues.
A long time no see.
Absolutely, man. You was in China, man. You was killing it. You was killing it.
He went to
How did that
China
even come
recently.
about? 'Cause before we get, I want to get your reaction to the clip in Zoran, but the ACP is meeting with the Chinese Communist Party. You guys meet with resistance fighters and Hamas. It's great to see. So
Yeah,
welcome
they
to
actually
RBN. How did that trip even
they
come
actually
about?
talk to these people instead of just pretend like to support them. They actually talk to Hamas, the resistance fighters or resistance fighters in general from Palestine. They talk to Houthis. They talk to China instead of just listening to corporate news about how China or Hamas or resistance fighters are, which I'll give credit for. You know, I'm not on board with his conservatism, but I am on board with that. That's real praxis.
Wow.
Well, it was hosted by the Renmin University in China. They were holding a strategic dialogue. I think they do it yearly. And Professor Wang Wen, who connected us, he was very interested in our perspective because he wanted a voice for a newer generation, and he saw the American Communist Party, go so viral and become so prominent online, and he was thinking, this is very interesting. We have Americans.
They are
who
all over
inspired
social
by
media
us.
now.
They have taken inspiration from China, So he was interested.
China is doing a lot of things right. They show real relevant results, not just rhetoric, or slogans, Because material results are all that matters, not campaign rhetoric or promises. Like, China does not have popularity contests in China. Like, you don't get to be like an official or rise in the government by being like in some popularity contest. No, you get to rise in the government by showing results, right? Pleasing the people. That's how you rise in China as a official, a civil servant. Right? If you're not abiding by the needs of the people and the communism, or basically communism, their communist setup, because they are the most communist country by far. All right. If you want to argue that they're not communist, I would say that they are more communist than whatever fucking country you're living in. By far. Especially the U.S. U.S. can't even pretend that they're better than China, or China's more or less communist than they are. Shut up.
Our perspective, in that capacity, I guess.
Yeah, that's dope. As we have social democrats who condemn Maduro, like Zoran Mamdani. He condemned Venezuela.
That's another problem. Like, I pointed that out earlier. Like, why are you shitting on Maduro? What the fuck did he do? Where is the proof that he's suppressing people? He's harming the public and suppressing freedom of speech. Or what is he calling freedom of speech? They don't like proliferate the propaganda that's set on corporate news in the U.S. Like, that doesn't need to be defended. Why does corporate news need to be defended? Their freedom of speech doesn't need to be defended. He isn't even doing that. I wish he would. I wish there would be more censoring of corporate influences from the U.S. in that country. But that's not really happening as much as it should be. That's one thing I will say that's unfortunate about Venezuela. But Venezuela is not, like, Maduro's not a dictator. He's not a bad person. And Venezuela actually, they serve their people. The whole narrative behind even fucking with Venezuela is a fake story anyway. It's a fake narrative. They're pushing drugs into the country like bullshit. Like Venezuela's not a narco state. The narco states are typically ran by U.S. puppets, right? Like in Mexico, the army there is ran by like CIA trained cartels. The army is ran by them. It's not even ran by the actual government. That army that's ran by cartels is only legitimized because the U.S. Created that. They created that there. They're all trained. Like all the narcos are trained by the U.S. Like Maduro even pointed this out. He jokes about this all the time. Like he says, "How can I be a dictator when I wasn't trained by any U.S. intelligence groups? I wasn't trained at Langley. This is where all the cartel leaders are trained. They're trained at like U.S. bases like Langley, Quantico even. Like all those cartels they scare you about, that's like artificial astroturf that our country propped up to try to destabilize countries that in Latin America. Learning him is a bit harder. This is a character from another fighting game that I'm playing as. This is like a crossover that allowed him to show up in this game. He's not an official Street Fighter character though, but he controls very different from his own games. He's from Fatal Fury. But anyway,
Cuban has authoritarian states. We have the ACP who's willing to meet with enemy of the empire. And you gotta give props to that. So yeah, it was cool to see this. It was cool to see this. But I want your thoughts on this clip and your thoughts on these democratic socialists in general and the way they tend to define.
Oh, I didn't point out why they're fucking with Venezuela. The real reason, because Venezuela has a lot of oil. Basically, even that Nobel Prize winner, that bitch, I forgot her name, but yeah, she's begged Israel and the U.S. to come to Venezuela to take the oil. All right, that's why she got the Nobel Prize. Getting the Nobel Peace Prize is a sham today, if ever you could say it was legitimate. I would say the Nobel Institute and the prize awardance has been corrupt ever since inception, and it's never really been genuine. I mean, I can't say much about how Nobel would have even appreciated the Institute today if he was alive, and I don't even know if you could say Nobel was necessarily a great guy. But from early on, the Nobel Prize giving has been like a fraud to launder money between a bunch of bougie white elites. It's not a legitimate. It's like being validated by the Nobel is not a legitimate status anymore, and it should have never been. Yeah, they got this warmonger chick saying, "Yeah, white colonials from the U.S. come invade Venezuela and destroy my people and take the oil." All right, I'm not an obvious plant that you guys trained to come validate this effort. By the way. Israel also backs me, by the way. And I think their genocide is just great. That's why I got the Nobel Peace Prize, by the way. What's their fucking name? I gotta look up. I can't just say this lady. I forgot her name because she doesn't deserve respect. But we do need to name her. Yeah, this bitch. Her name is Maria Carino Machado. She sucks. She's a prostitute for the white colonialism. She's a traitor to her own people. Fuck her. They probably want to install her as president after they try to do regime change on Maduro. They're not calling it regime change because that would garner some legal issues. But yeah, they're trying to do a regime change against Maduro in Venezuela, the Trump administration. And none of the administrations have ever been friendly to Venezuela. Really, it doesn't matter if they're Democrat or Republican, Trump or no Trump. There's been a concerted effort to undermine Venezuela for a long time. Ever since Hugo Chavez was still president. But yeah. That's her name, Maria Corina Machado. She sucks. Fuck her. Anyway. I'll play the rest of this.
City, the asphalt.
Whoops. No, not this video. I'm thirsty. I might pour myself a drink. Really thirsty. Thank God I got some snacks too, because I'm getting a little hungry as well. Here we go. I found it. Okay. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back.
I remember Zoran was speaking with Hassan Piker. We covered this a long time ago. We had to find socialism as our access to the ballot box. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? So this is the clip where Zoran, I'll play it again. I want to get your response. And I also want to get your response and the response of ACP, how the working class should be responding to Zoran. So let me play this clip. I want to give you the response.
No matter how many times President Trump calls me otherwise.
Yeah, explain the difference. What is the difference between a Democrat, a democratic socialist, and a communist?
Well, I'm a democratic socialist who's also a Democrat.
Right.
Democrat and Democrat socialists are not communists.
I explain it in the words
That's
of
the difference.
From decades ago, who said that call it democracy or call it democratic socialism, there must be a better distribution of wealth for all of God's children in this country.
Right.
And what I actually find is that when you're speaking to New Yorkers, they ask you less how you describe your politics and more whether there's room for them in that politics. Right. And New Yorkers are asking me, does your politics have room for my struggle to afford my rent, my childcare, my groceries? And frankly, President Trump ran an entire campaign focusing on the cost of living, focusing on the promise of cheaper groceries. And his inability to do so is now making him increasingly desperate to try and stop the campaign that will actually deliver on the same diagnosis that he shared.
Man, polished as hell, but I can't stand his answers on socialism. What's your thought?
Yeah, me neither.
First of all, I can't stand this guy. I'm just gonna be honest. Like, I can't stand hearing him. I can't stand his face. I can't stand his voice. I can't stand his stupid ass smile. I hate looking.
I can't stand him because he seems like I'm good at reading body language and diction, and he just looks so inauthentic. He looks like a fucking focus group curated sort of performer representative for like a commercial or something. Every time he speaks, it looks like a phony, fake, sterilized commercial. Doesn't look like authentic sort of behavior to me. And then, you know, he's got, when he says stupid shit, like what he said about Venezuela and Cuba, or Hamas and the resistance fighters, and how he's, you know, I'm not gonna dismantle your power corporations. Like, that appeasement is unnecessary, and all this anti-Semitism, misrepresentation, capitulation he's doing, that he doesn't even have to do. That just makes me suspect him even more.
Looking at this guy, so I get triggered automatically whenever I see it. But regarding his answer, you know, I mean, look, this is what you call, you know, somebody who's apologizing before they even had anything to apologize for. Why are you a socialist? Well, you know, he's quoting Dr. King. As if that's gonna what? I mean, what is that gonna do as far as getting you out of the deep end or the hole you're in? You think so? I mean, he says, well, what does that mean that you're a democratic socialist? Well, I just think there should be a better distribution of wealth, is basically what he's saying. And he's misquoting Dr. King to basically confirm what Fox News says socialism is, which is just redistribution of wealth. When in fact, socialism...
just welfare. So, mischaracterizing Martin Luther King is like, he just wants welfare, basically. No, we want to... I mean, what King and, you know, most of us black people in the black community want is not to depend on welfare. We want to be able to thrive and own the means of production. Basically. Not have the wealthy white corporations control everything, the wealthy white billionaires control everything. But most people don't want billionaires to control anything. We want to be able to create our own economy and infrastructure. Or be able to, you know. And he pushed for, you know, hiring black workers, not just getting fucking handouts. And it's like we're like that stereotype that they've been using since, you know, induction of welfare programs to begin with, that black people were blocked from when they were first rolled out anyway.
Is about ownership. It's about changing the ownership. It's about changing the sovereignty. And the only way you can do that is if you address the question of imperialism.
Exactly. He's right about this point. I'll rewind what he said.
Changing the ownership. It's about socialism is, which is just redistribution of wealth. When in fact, socialism is about ownership. It's about changing the ownership. It's about changing the sovereignty. And the only way you can do that is if you address the question of imperialism. Because the way...
Although, reparations do need to be addressed, but that's not welfare. That's reparations that were long deserved. Right? When you got African nations in Haiti paying reparations right now to European countries because they got independence from them, and they're being punished for getting independence, so they're being made to pay reparations to these fucking Nazi European white countries like Haiti, Belgium, Germany, etc. Why are they being made to pay reparations? And we're going to pretend like, oh, well, paying reparations to these black folks is just, you know, it's not fair, and it's impossible, guys. And like, why the fuck are we having to pay you then? if it's so impossible. Stop making them pay that. Stop making black folks pay these fucking Nazis who colonized their country and they kicked out for eating their babies and all this other evil shit that we know that they did. That's what these motherfuckers did, man. They ate babies. And we're supposed to validate them in their fucking, in this narrative that they're like better people. Like, nah, dude, you need to pay the fuck up. And you need to fuck off to Siberia or something instead of invading all these other countries and leeching off of them. Leeching not only these reparations that black countries are being forced to pay, but also their resources.
Capital is owned and constructed and structured in the USA is his imperialist capital. It's intertwined with the global imperialist system. And so he wants to take revenues from that system and basically kind of just promise free shit to more people from it. And that's his whole selling point. The only way you can be a socialist in America is if you're an anti-imperialist. Because if you're saying we need to seize our means of production, we need to have ownership of our production, we need to have sovereignty over production, then what that means is we have to make it accountable to us and us only. We can't make it reliant upon financial revenues that come from exploiting the rest of the world. We have to have and own our own shit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Very well said.
Yeah.
The social democrats.
The U.S. and most of the collective West just leeches off of, since I brought it up, Africa. All right? Over 60% of the resources of Africa are leached by countries like the U.S. and Europe. And Canada, of course. They're part of the U.S. practically. They're not really the same system. But they've been aligned in the colonial effort for a long time that a lot of people don't want to admit. Not right now so much because of the tariff issue going on. But prior to that, they got along just fine. They helped train Nazis together just fine. And Canada, in particular, was helping to train those Azov Nazis I was talking about earlier. There's news reports about it.
Democrats, they just want to divide the spoils of imperialism.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They're upset that they're not getting cut of the pie that we're stealing from Africa and the global South.
Exactly.
That they don't benefit from our extraction from oil. And when you see these social democrats in the DSA, it's clear to me that their agenda right now, and history will be told whether they will be successful or not, but they are desperate to prevent a rise of an ACP, of an RBN, of any anti-imperialist, anti-capitalist movement outside of the Democratic Party. I said this when Zoran Mamdani won the primary. While people were surprised, Haas, I told you guys I'm not surprised at all because Mamdani is a God's gift. And God, he's an amazing politician. I don't think anyone can deny. In terms of what they were looking for, he's very polished, very well spoken.
He's very polished.
People are fleeing the Democratic Party because the Democratic Party committed a genocide in Gaza. After the progressives took L after L, Bernie lost multiple times. You had Cori Bush who lost her seat, Jamal Bowman who lost his seat. It started becoming 100% illogical for anyone to advocate running as a Democrat. So what did the establishment need? You have to give the progressives a bone. You have to give them something to chase so they can give up a mayorship in New York to some guy they can easily control, because they can't give the illusion that you can't win at all within the Democratic Party.
Exactly,
so
he's right.
Mamdani was actually a godsend to them.
Yeah.
So these are the people.
That's what it is.
Who the success of Zoran is extremely critical to their brand. And I can show you guys 1,000 tweets like these. I could have grabbed more, but I'll show you just a few examples I've seen that shows that these people are, their number one concern is to stop a third party. Look, Democratic leaders are begging to lose their base to a third party. This is in response to Hakeem Jeffries saying he doesn't view Zoran Mamdani as the future of the Democratic Party. So you see how Nina Turner and these people are 100% tied to the change of the Democratic Party.
Yeah, Nina Turner turned out to be a disappointment. That was before I figured out the game too. They're all compromised. You try to run in that party, they don't let you get anywhere, or they don't let you on their little media programs unless you're going to get on board with the capitalist agenda, the colonial imperialist agenda.
Your thoughts on this, Oz? Are democracy survivable? Imagine how much of a privileged brat you have to be talking about the survival of American capitalist democracy. But here's a tweet. I'll get your thoughts, Oz. Our democracy survival hinges on death and Democratic Party leadership.
If I may,
go ahead.
You know what it is? We, the American people, we're supposed to have a contract, right, with the government. Supposedly, that's what they say. It's like the Constitution is our contract. So we have this contract, and so that's what we have, apparently. That's what we were sold on. And it's like, the reality is we have a regime that is extending beyond the enumerated powers given to it within its contract. And one of the ways it does that is this two-party system. It's an unspoken rule. It's almost like it's law that there's only two parties, and that's it, Democrat and Republican. And why is everyone who's trying to build anything outside of that villainized, have their character assassinated, hunted down, persecuted, whatever you call it? Because we're all supposed to accept implicitly the truth. The truth of the matter is that the only parties that can have any chance are the ones approved by the regime. So what our question should be is, what is this regime? Where is that in our constitution? Where do we sign up for that? Well, when did we get this fucking regime that decides what politics has to be? And when did we vote for that? When did we sign up for that? I mean, it's like an Emma Vigeland, who's an airheaded bitch. I'll just say that. I don't have a fucking problem saying that.
I agree. Some people might find that be some harsh language. But hey, I just called that other lady a bitch. What's her name? Yeah, the Maria Carino Machado bitch. Fuck her. Yeah. Emma Vigeland is just a less worse version of her, basically. She just does a shitty stream show, whatever, with the Majority Report and Sam Cedar. She's a trust fund baby, basically. She's very bougie. So, of course, she supports the bourgeois liberal type of narratives and positions.
If I were
while feigning to be like progressive,
ask her, Emma, why Democrats though? She's like, well, I'm just being realistic. That's what they always say. Well, I'm going to be realistic. Yeah. Okay, so your realism is based on an implicit acknowledgement that the only way to do politics is in America is the way that it's regime approved. And you know what? That would be fine in a way if that was written somewhere, but that's not even formally supposed to be the case. Like, where is that in law? How can we participate in politics if there's no way to fucking make it accountable to us?
Exactly.
Why are we implicit? Why do we agree?
And this is my main point. Okay, you can say all this campaign rhetoric and shit in your race, but how are you like promising to hold anyone accountable with your promises? How are you enforcing your campaign promises? Like just saying you're going to do this, okay? How are you going to do it? How are you holding them accountable? And then we see like after they win a race, they're not holding anyone accountable because nothing improves. Nothing gets done. We don't even get any like new laws that benefit us. Much less improving the laws we already have. All right? Say you're going to like reduce rent and shit like that. Okay. That's something you could do, but can we also get some new laws to stop the power of these landlords in the first place and protect us and insulate us from the billionaires reduce their power. We got to do more trust busting and freezing of assets and liquidating. To be honest, that needs to be done.
Cynicism, Emma Vigeland, all these like Democrat retards.
And you need to you need to create a real infrastructure to where you can even do that. Like one guy winning an election, and he's just going into talks with a bunch of corporations and billionaires doesn't make me feel reassured. Where is his team of trust busting badasses? Where's his where's his knuckle cracking union workers to go and do what unions used to do, which was actually shoot at cops and riot strikers like Pinkertons and little fucking bootlicking stormtroopers is what a Pinkerton was. That's what Nazis basically were. Nazis are just glorified Pinkertons that were employed to go fight, the biggest communists, the Soviet Union.
Who, sorry, we're on YouTube. I'm gonna try to calm my tone.
No,
but like all these people who try to set the terms of politics, what gives them the right to do? Where does that come from? I'm not saying I'm some extremist who's living in the clouds. We have a country, we have a constitution, we have laws. So why this cynicism and this so-called realism that says, oh, that's not realistic to be outside the Democrats? Well, why not? Says who? Well, because voters won't change. No, this isn't an issue of voters.
Yeah.
This is an issue of political operatives lacking a spine, having no backbone. Because if Emma Vigeland or any of those other people that you showcased decided to step out and say, okay, you know what, we're going to commit to a new party, guess what would happen to them? The media would write hit pieces on them. They would get villainized on social media. Yep. All their connections with NGOs would be severed. No more friendship with Alex Soros. No more donors. No more connections in high places. You become de facto what you and me are, a dissident.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, Nick, why are we dissidents? Have we broken any laws? Have we done anything that is in violation of the U.S. Constitution or even the law itself? No, we haven't. But we're treated by the system as dissidents anyway. You, me, and everyone else who's outside of it. And this is the unspoken truth they all recognize. Zohan recognizes it. And they smile. They look in the camera and they smile at us without addressing that elephant in the room, which is, where did we, the American people, sign up for this unaccountable regime that looms over us like this scary, spooky ghost, but nowhere is enumerated in any law, in any code, in any constitution, in any social contract, in any agreement? We are living under a dictatorship. It's that simple.
Don't you know we had to work within the two-party system, though, Haas? Because the capitalist class told us we have no choice.
Yeah, we have no choice. And they rule us openly. In the past, it would be a veneer of democracy.
Yeah, they used to hide it.
It was the rule of the bourgeoisie. Now there's no more veneer.
No.
These political prostitutes, and that's what I'm going to call them.
Yeah,
These political prostitutes.
I agree. It's my word.
Look in the camera and they smile at people like you and me and everyone watching this. They look at us and they say, you know what? This is the reality. The Alex Soros, the billionaires, the capitalist class, they rule you, and there's nothing you can do about it. But you know what? You may as well vote for Zoran. You may as well support AOC and Bernie, because maybe you'll get some free healthcare. I don't just want free healthcare.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I want dignity.
That's Cuba has free healthcare. They're actually socialists, though. But yeah, we also need good healthcare, and I would say Cuba's healthcare is leagues above ours. I want Cuban healthcare, not just their prices. Okay, they have actual socialist healthcare, not creating more customers. Because even if you solve the issue of like making hospital more affordable, there's still the incentives. There's still a profit-making incentive for going to the hospital if they're still being subsidized by the government, which they partly are right now, even. Much less if they made it more affordable, they'll just give them more money, and it'll just come out of our tax dollars, and we'll just pay more taxes instead of just making it a direct pay. The Instead of just making like really fair payment, which is what Cuba does, on top of also making sure that their healthcare that they're giving does not create repeat customers. All right, because when you're incentivized to like be subsidized for profit, still, especially when you have private equity firms owning the hospitals, which, you know, Zohran Mamdani does not address how he's going to like resolve that or address that at all. I don't even think he's really on board with trying to solve healthcare to begin with. But yeah, he doesn't address things like that. All right, get rid of these private equity firms owning hospitals. That would bring a lot of the costs down. You know, get rid of these leeching, parasitic pharmaceutical companies that are just like byproducts of the IG Farben successor companies like fucking Bayer, Monsanto. They're just offshoots of those, or they were split from those, not even just inspired by them. Like IG Farben was broken up after World War II into these smaller groups, and yeah, Bayer is what one of them became, and they're still around today. They're with Monsanto, and Bill Gates, you know, was working with both of them. Big part of why I don't like that motherfucker. One of the many reasons.
As a U.S. citizen,
Very well
I don't
said.
want to be a slave. I don't want to be a serf. I don't want to be ruled by this shadowy, unaccountable pedophile. I want to be as a U.S. citizen, free healthcare, because maybe you'll get some free healthcare. I don't just want free healthcare.
Absolutely.
I want dignity as a U.S. citizen.
Yeah.
Very well
I don't
said.
want to be a slave. I don't want to be a serf. I don't want to be ruled by this shadowy, unaccountable pedophile billionaire class that we have. How can we hold them accountable within the two-party system?
Our elections are
We can't.
pedo-ran.
There's
This is a big problem. Like, I had some motherfucker. I brought up this point talking to somebody online not long ago. Yeah, our elections are ran by the pedos. And just because I also criticized the Democrats, he thought I was like a Republican and was in support of the fucking Epstein Republicans or some dumb shit. Like, using very intellectually dishonest sort of argument there. I never endorsed any support of the Republicans. I've never voted for a Republican in my goddamn life. I don't vote for right wingers, and I don't see our elections as real ways to get change in the first place. They're rigged. They're controlled by billionaire pedophiles, like what he's pointing out. They're not in the business of trying to, you know, serve the people. Our elections aren't meant to do that. Sadly. And this is why they don't allow third parties. Because that would actually serve us.
no voice for the people. I'm a communist, you know that, right? But I'm reaching out to everyone. We the people have no voice. Whether you're a communist, you're not a communist, it doesn't matter. You're either part of their big, sleazy, disgusting club, or you're a dissident. Hey, why don't we start asserting our rights that we have on paper, at least, right? Because if those rights we have on paper formally no longer apply, I think we have a problem. Okay?
Well said.
I think that if they're gonna come out and admit we're just living in a dictatorship, do it. I mean, let's see if the population will accept that. But we need that confrontation.
You guys realize that's real revolutionary optimism. What Ha said. It's weird how they twisted. They say that we are the nihilists because
You know,
we as a
another
man-
thing, I was talking to people online just like today, and some people today in public as well. But yeah, I was pointing out the issues with Mom Donnie, like what he said about Venezuela, Cuba, Hamas, and like, because I was responding to somebody who said, yeah, we have a socialist, and then I was pointing out how is he a socialist if he's shitting on socialist countries like Venezuela and Cuba. And then she's like, well, she didn't really give a real answer for that. She just said, well, we need a socialist. We can get closer to toppling the fascist government if we got a socialist in there. And I'm like, okay, yeah, you're right. But how is Zoran Mamdani a socialist when that's this type of shit he's saying? And you know, that's what he believes. He thinks Venezuela is a dictatorship and Cuba is a dictatorship. Right? He's just regurgitating imperialist narratives. Doesn't show that he's really in support of actual socialist countries as well. So I don't know. I don't know how socialist you can really call them. But then they revealed their true concern to me. They don't actually believe he's a socialist. They just said they just wanted to feel good. Stop making us feel bummed out. We want to feel good because all we want to do is celebrate a win. It doesn't matter like if any material results come from it at all. We just want to feel good, like we beat the other team instead of actually improving anything. That's what they basically said to me. You know, like, okay. Like, how does that help us? Like, trying to feel good about a representative and then getting complacent that we got this new representative in is not going to improve things. Okay, we've done this too many times, and I noticed that they were really young too, like some Zoomer, like I'm probably, yeah, there was some Zoomer, not that young, but I guess too young to know any better. They don't remember like the prior attempts like this where they had some phony socialist come in and disappoint and not do anything they promised because they were never really socialists. Okay, like we did this whole song and dance with the Justice Democrats. They ended up doing nothing. We're not closer to toppling any fascist government. In fact, it's gotten more fascist. Like since before they even got in, those Justice Democrat representatives. So quite a few of which are gone now. That's also another thing. But they certainly weren't like less fascist when they got in the first place. It's like it's worse than when they got in. It's because things have been gradually moving to the right. There's been no impeding of any movement to the right, even after these Justice Democrats got in. They've not been challenging the system. They've not been causing a ruckus like AOC said she was going to do and never did. I don't care if I'm only a one-term senator or some dumb shit she said. Clearly, she did care because she capitulated so many times and she's had more than one term as a senator. She even signed the Iron Dome. That's how much she's capitulated. Like from the very beginning, she was like glazing Nancy Pelosi, and she went from that to even something much worse than glazing her. She just like signed for the Iron Dome. Yeah, send more funding and weapons to the Iron Dome. And these are defensive weapons, guys. Not for genocide. That fucking cope answer she gave just really exposed her. Like, no, These are being used to fucking blow up babies, honey. These aren't defensive weapons. Shut the fuck up. You know they're not defensive weapons. You just don't care about babies. You don't care about babies in cages, and you don't care about babies being blown up. That's the fucking problem.
More for the working class. We are the one who aspire to have the power to bring the capitalist class to their knees. And we want to get to work in order to accomplish that within our lifetime. Isn't that correct, Kaz? So why are we called the nihilists? We are the revolutionary optimists because we look at this capitalist structure, and the number one thing we want to do is tear that down. The real political nihilists are these scumbags. So I'm so glad how you tee this up.
They're the only hope we got.
Gonna...
They are the nihilists when they say, well, these fucking Trojans or these Nazis with Totenkopf on their chest, they're the only hope we got. We gotta beat the fucking Republicans. It doesn't matter if things improve or not. It's all about winning a race. So I can rub it in the face and trigger, instead of trigger the libs this time, we got to trigger the MAGAs, the conserves, or whatever. I'm like, I want to do more than trigger them. I want to actually have some, societal progress, some real improvements, some real sort of dictatorship of the proletariat going on. I'm not in it just to score wins against some fake opposition party, which is not really opposed to the Democrats. They work together. They're owned by the same corporations. They get money from practically the same PACs. Some of them are just repackaged with a different name, so you think they're different PACs. But they're not PACs at all, but they are just PACs. And they go to the same effort. If you're not with AIPAC, then you're probably getting money from J Street if you're like a Democrat. That's the Democrat way of hiding donations from AIPAC. They get paid by the same assholes. They get paid by the same military-industrial complex, Raytheon, fucking Lockheed Martin, Boeing. Well, Boeing's kind of fallen out of notoriety today, but yeah, similar military-industrial contract companies.
Explain.
Complex, not contract. Well, I mean, basically contract, I guess.
The working class in this country has no choice but to organize with genocidal fascists, but to organize within the Capitalist Party because the working class is weak, Oz. We have no choice. But
they're nobodies. They're not Alex Soros. They're not billionaires. They're a bunch of nobodies and small people. That's what they say. And they smugly admit that. That's their arrogance.
And this is why you see the New York Times and corporate media write glowing articles, positive articles for Hassan Piker. This is why the guy on the right has an MSNBC contract. The lady on the left, Emma Vigeland, she's invited on MSNBC. I see her all the time when I do my Oppo research.
Very useless.
Nothing more than platforming dumb leftists. So this is why they get the contract. You don't get the contract if you have the politics like me and Haas does. That is not where the grip is at.
Yeah,
bro. They have not even mentioned or covered ACP one time in mainstream news. Not even one time.
I noticed.
We
were smeared at RB as media as the most insane far left network in America. That's like the only mention they would give us. Like, oh, look,
insane, huh?
Did you conspiracy theorists?
Did you see how? The Daily Show was giving attention to Joe Sims, the old head of the CPUSA.
I didn't see that, but I saw
I gotta mute right quick. Gotta mute. Oh, Joe Sims does nothing. Joe Sims probably is senile himself at this point. Okay, yeah.
I gotta check that out. But
it's crazy. They're more irrelevant than we are. They have less people than we do objectively, And look at the coverage they get versus
the
us.
CPUSA is a far cry from the one that Lenin wrote to back when he was still alive. The CPUSA of today does not represent that CPUSA. I gotta say.
I mean, yeah, they just shut us out straight up.
Yeah, without shame. Let's play this clip because, man, we're gonna have a lot to say here.
Oops.
Here's Hassan Piker and Sam Sear doing their job for the establishment, spreading political nihilism.
I know a lot of people.
Hassan Piker is also useless. That's why they let him on MSNBC as well, and all the mainstream news programs, mainstream media outlets, GQ photo shoots. He's no threat to the establishment. That's why he gets to be in those platforms. He's no threat. He's not a radical. He is, some fake socialist as well, because these are just repackaged liberals, but they gotta present themselves as socialists and communists today because nobody likes the old liberal talk that they used to get away with. That doesn't fool people who lean left today. So they gotta call themselves socialists or communists while not really endorsing any of that. Just pretending they care about that and like that. But, they give you these candidates who never do any socialist policy. That's what Hassan's job is, to promote, you back into promote some excuse to get you back into the duopoly, the illusion of these elections, that they're actually real elections. They're not really real elections at all. The parties they're not really opposed at all. They're what do you call it? Rituals. They're just rituals to stop you from doing actual material direct action that would actually get any actual change. It would actually threaten power. Right? Hassan is there to stop you from doing that. Stop radical motion and momentum. Get you back into these ritual elections and, be complacent behind some candidate. Stop trying to do other things.
Some people fancy me to be far too radical, and others say
behind some Trojan. That's what they've done with. He tried to do that with Graham Cracker, but nobody was putting up with that Nazi shit that they found out about, and how he served as a machine gunner. Did multiple tours in Iraq and Afghanistan by will. He volunteered to go there. Nobody forced him. And don't tell me he did it because, you don't know what it's like to struggle. He had economic issues. Bullshit. That motherfucker comes from wealth. His family is not like some poor, impoverished family. They were like upper middle class, probably better, more than that. Very generous to call them upper middle class. They're probably, you would consider them above that. I would. He didn't come from some poor background. He went there because he wanted to have an adventure of slaughtering a bunch of brown natives in the land that he's invading. Like he's some anime protagonist. He's just slaughtering a bunch of evil hordes or something. Evil demons.
For the Democratic Party, but the reality of the matter is, I obviously have a larger ambition to restructure American society in a way that benefits all workers, right? And I think that the road to achieve that does move from within the Democratic Party, at least.
Some people, Haas, call me a Democratic sheepdog. And then in the next sentence, he explains why we call him that. You guys see how in their worldview, the working class is weak. We have no choice but to go through the Democratic Party. How is this not political nihilism? So using this strategy, which have been
you unwashed masses, you aren't enough. We need to go to the corporate media and corporate parties. Okay? That's how we legitimize ourselves to you.
Dominant left strategy, at least my entire lifetime, and I'm actually being very lenient with that. At least my entire lifetime, the dominant left strategy has been what, Oz? To infiltrate the Democratic Party and shift it to the left. Hey, fam, what has the working class achieved using this strategy? The only thing that you guys have accomplished is pushing the Democratic Party into supporting a genocide that you failed to stop. You didn't even stop the genocide. Democrats lost. Like, the Democrats had to lose an election. You guys didn't even stop the genocide in Gaza.
Yeah.
And this is what I mentioned in my speech that no one covered, none of these people covered because I was dropping truth bombs on them. Did you guys get Medicare for all? Huh?
No.
Do we have health care?
Nope.
We got a union.
They've been talking about that for over like a decade, since fucking Obama, okay? They were talking about Medicare for all practically, or universal health care, since Obama and before, actually. When Nancy Pelosi wanted to, or claimed that she wanted to do that when she first got into politics. Never did that in all of her career. She's like fucking old as Methuselah now. Still ain't no fucking universal health care.
Unions, that's what we got. Do we have an increased minimum wage?
I'll tell you realism.
No.
To me, realism is this.
There's none.
Let's drop the pretenses. I'm talking to these people. Let's drop the pretenses. And let's acknowledge the simple fact. There is no way we're going to improve the life of working people through the system. There's no way.
No. Nope.
All we can do is fight through the system. We can fight. We can start our own party. We can engage in politics. We can fight. But the only way we're going to deliver change, observable change for the working masses of this country, is by threatening the integrity of the entire system, by overhauling and changing the entire system. And at the minimum, at least if there was a threat of that happening, they would do the reforms that these social democrats are fighting for. Social democratic reform was never won at the ballot box.
Nope.
It was won at gunpoint by Soviet tanks and Soviet airplanes.
That's right.
And Soviet nuclear weapons pointed at Western countries. And all the working people of the world being like, why should we be slaves of this horrific capitalist system when the Soviets have an alternative? So the capitalists said, okay, we can't let the Soviets win over our working people. So what we're going to do
He's right about
is we're
that.
going to give them these concessions and we're going to give them these
This is what I've
reforms
pointed
so
out
they
before.
don't overthrow us. That's the origin of social democracy in practice.
He's pointed out something I've been pointing out every time I've ever bothered to talk about this on my stream. The existence of the Soviet Union is what kept the U.S. Serving its people in any way. The threat of people defecting towards the Soviets is why they tried to put on a show of serving the people. That's why they got concessions like the New Deal from Roosevelt. All right, that was in response to the Soviet Union, and more successor plans that came later, like from Lyndon Johnson, such as the Great Society concessions. That was because the Soviet Union was still around at that point. And they needed to get rid of the contradictions that even the Soviet Union was calling out the U.S. for at the time, such as their racial problems, their racist problems, basically. Soviet Union was clowning them about that. So was China by that point, because the PRC had been established by the time of Lyndon Johnson. They kept criticizing the U.S. for that, human rights abuses. So a big part of why they allowed civil rights concessions is because of that, the communists pointing that out, the Soviet Union pointing that out. They had to comply and respond to that. And the Great Society stuff is, when more black, in the Civil Rights Act, of course, also it was when, black people got access to stuff that they were pretty much barred from back when the New Deal came out. Okay, that didn't really benefit black people; it mostly benefited white people. The New Deal, but the Great Society tried to rectify that, and ever since those concessions, since Lyndon Johnson, they've been kind of reversing all those efforts. You know, that was already a long time ago, but they've been reversing those efforts ever since they've happened.
So my question to all the social democrats who are trying to reform the system: where's your leverage? You used to have the Soviet Union to point to and say, if we don't win, they're going to win.
Exactly.
What do you have now?
That's a great point.
What leverage does Zoran have? Think about it. Zoran's now elected, right? What incentive does he have to even carry out a radical program of reform versus the incentive to sell out? It's the AOC dilemma. It's the Obama dilemma. It's the same one. Okay, you got elected. You're in power. Let's weigh the incentives. You have strong incentives to just turn your back on everything you promised and just sell out and get with the program. Or you can fight, but if you fight, it's like you're taking risks and it's a long shot. And if you had the balls to do that in the first place, you wouldn't have been a Democrat. You would have been like Nick and Haas. You would have been outside the system. So you already don't have
to be more, even better reference, you would have been like Lenin. Would have been like the Bolsheviks. Because guess what? The Bolshevik Party was banned, you know, when they got established. All right? They had to wait until a bit later in the post 1905 arena, which is when the first revolution in Russia happened, and then they got a parliament after that, so they could even hold elections. But still, the Bolsheviks were banned as a legitimate party in that time because the monarchs didn't want that type of party. Also even the the feudalist capitalist didn't want that. They weren't monarchs. They were still like capitalists who, benefited from feudalism. And they worked alongside the monarchy. But then, there was an effort, multiple revolutions that were led by these capitalists because they didn't want like better for society. They just wanted to not be told what to do by monarchs of the church. And that's why the capitalists for a brief period became a revolutionary force, but they didn't pay it forward to the other revolutionary factions, such as the workers, the proletariat, the peasants, the ones who did not have wealth. Right? They just decided to replace the monarchy and the church with themselves, these capitalist, feudalist. And we're the new kings now. We're the new rulers in authority. We're not going to do anything for you workers. In fact, you're kind of getting in the way of our plans and dominance. So we're going to actually fight you now. We're going to punch down now.
Have balls. So for the same reason that you decided to be realistic and run as a Democrat, you're going to be realistic and just sell out immediately. Just like Obama, just like AOC, just like Bernie.
He calls these sellouts, but I would say that, they were never really on board with anything leftist and or socialist to begin with. Like I remember, Obama they used to label as a socialist. And that guy's doing fucking Reagan policies. Like, during his campaign, though, I remember watching on TV and seeing him represented in the news. Like, they kept calling him a socialist. And I don't know. I didn't even understand what socialist meant so much at the time. I wasn't that educated. And I was younger, of course. But yeah, I didn't know what they meant because it looked like, especially after he won, he just did the same old status quo shit, and he bailed out a bunch of parasites. Basically, he bailed out Wall Street. So I wasn't seeing the socialism or whatever this thing they were calling the boogeyman. Like, he's just doing the same shit Bill Clinton and George Bush, well, really Reagan was doing. Because that's who he modeled himself after. But he just had a D next to his name, so yeah, that, you know, people are okay with, or we can fool the people into accepting Reaganism if we just have a Democrat do it. Is basically what happened. Oh yeah, also make Reagan quasi black. That's how we'll get away with it.
And it's simple math to me from where I'm standing.
And Zoran, a young guy, you guys think he's going to risk his future as a congressperson, as a senator, bucking the system too much? That's why he's already conceding on things. That's why he already planned to fund the NYPD more. That's why he kept a Zionist in charge of NYPD, because he plans on running for Congress eventually. It doesn't start with Mayor. He's a young guy. He has a long career. You guys have no mechanisms of accountability. But before we continue to destroy these talking points, if you're on the RBN YouTube channel, make sure you switch over to Rumble. We also on Kick too. I know you stream there sometimes. I'm also on Kick. I'm on other platforms. And you also can follow me on my personal channel.
The goal for a lot of these fake Trojans is to get in the Senate or Congress. So they could just have it easy. They don't really have to do work. They just need to be there as a representative, and they get paid anyway. Like those type of positions attract the most opportunist do-nothings ever. Sadly. Like in China, they weed these people out. All right, you're just taking up space and not even doing any. You're not giving back to the public. You're not doing anything for the people. You're not giving back to the people at all. So we're gonna get you the fuck out of here. You're not gonna be like fucking lounging here and getting a free paycheck.
I'm gonna end the RBS stream
for
here.
doing nothing.
We're still live on multiple platforms. So let's get back to that. I don't want to cover this video too much
Off
longer.
to the gulags.
I just do one more clip because I cut it off a little bit in the beginning, but I just want to emphasize this is what the politics of the DSA left is. This surrender to the Democratic Party and begging for crumbs. And they make this devil's bargain I explain all the time, Haas, where they want to serve the United States empire. They're willing to support the Nazis in Ukraine because they think if they are obedient to the U.S. empire, they'll be more willing to implement the welfare reforms that they want. They'd be more likely to treat them. So
the imperialists will they'll reward us with some treats, some very meager scraps, if we support their Nazi wars.
That haven't even worked. So if you think I'm just being if you think me and Haas are being unreasonable, it would be different if they had like tangible victories. Like Haas, imagine if they had all these victories for the working class that they accomplished. We would have nothing to say. Like
we would look stupid.
Yeah. But they have nothing, and you know.
If they ever did that,
the working class audience that watch.
They never do those, sadly. I'd love to be proved wrong.
Most people know they haven't. That's why our criticism is extremely scathing, because it's not like you winning. That's why it's insane that you guys are so smug and arrogant about the strategy that you guys failed. Look at Sam Cedar. Look how much gray he has in his beard. Look what you've been doing since you was a young baby.
I remember when he has
MSNBC reporter.
I remember when he had all black hair.
He'll mock you. He'll make a video saying, "Oh, you're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm wise. I know what I'm doing." Buddy, what the fuck do you have to show for anything?
Nothing. That's the annoying part, Haas, is they act so smug with no victories. That's what irritates me.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't want to have.
They're very unserious. No victories.
Nick Fuentes insane.
No results.
Speech approving the Venezuelan regime change. We uncover how MAGA led to this situation in the first place. We're going to show how the Jewish Republican fascist Congress is melting down over what I think is a controlled opposition in Nick Fuentes and the rising. So that's going to be our next segment.
Fuck Nick Fuentes.
I'm going to play a little bit more of this because I truly want to lay out the nihilism of this strategy. And then I'm going to show you guys how Zoran is already
they won't platform
moving.
Say what you will. I don't like Has on too many things from his past mainly. But yeah, still today he makes some stupid remarks. But yeah, say what you will about him. that they'll still platform that motherfucker Nick Fuentes or validate him. Like people like or, or respond to them, because a lot of the narrative is behind they don't want to like show any clips from Haas or even Nick Cruz, who's not really as bad as Haas. But Nick Cruz is the other guy talking. He's the the more black sounding guy because he is black. But yeah, Haas will shit on those two, but he will never show like clips from them. But he'll show some clips from Nick Fuentes all day, because the whole narrative behind why he won't show anything from fucking these two who are talking, because he doesn't want to platform them and have his audience listen to them and they like what they hear. But he's okay with like allowing a Nazi like Nick Fuentes to come speak amongst his community, and he doesn't worry about them liking what he has to say. Like, okay, so mainly you're just saying you're more okay with open Nazis being platformed. I mean, which we already know from your endorsement of Graham Cracker earlier. But yeah, you prefer to have Nazis on your show or to play their shit on your show than you do people who want to do actual communism. For all the flaws they might have, they're more genuine than Nick Fuentes, who seems like he's just an FBI plant anyway. Like, I don't believe, like, Nick Fuentes, nothing he says is genuine. He doesn't genuinely believe anything he's saying. He's a fucking Fed asset, and this is why he never went to jail, even though he was there on January 6th. He was a asset for the FBI. All right? That's why he never went to jail for that. He ratted out a bunch of gullible sheep who followed him there to the feds. He was allowed to go off scot-free.
Deeply concerning to anyone who was even a supporter of him. Because I don't know how you feel about this, Haas, but I've said 1,000 times. You guys see how hard I drag Zoran Mamdani, and I will continue to. But I'm not going to blame people who are in such a desperate situation that they was like, man, I want to take this gamble because I want to lower the price of this. But it's my job to expose why that's a horrific strategy. And it's our job to show these people a different option other than engage in electoralism. So I know it's easy to smugly cast people aside because I was a dumb liberal before, but I don't want to do it. For ordinary people, I'm like, man, I think it's a mistake for you to support Zoran these people, but here's the alternative. We have mutual aid programs. We have the ACP. Let's give people alternatives. You guys see how these people do the exact opposite. Their job is to depower you, to sell to the working class. They have no choice but to trust figureheads like Zoran. So let's play the clip. I'm talking too much.
That benefits all workers, right? And I think that the road to achieve that does move from within the Democratic Party, at least in the interim, to at least build class consciousness and build the networks that you were suggesting that are an absolute necessity to create points like structures of pressure against all people in positions of power.
What pressure have you had?
None.
What pressure, Haas?
They never pressure them. They never hold them accountable.
Genocide.
Yeah.
There's no.
I talked over what he just said there, which is a good point he just made. They never pressure any of these authorities or representatives. They don't hold them accountable in any material way. We have sternly written letters and finger wagging. Nothing that forces them to be accountable. Nothing material.
Power.
What pressure have you had? What?
That are an absolute room to at least build does move from within that workers, right?
This is Hassan Piker talking on the Majority Report. That's what they're watching. A clip of him. He's sitting next to Emma Vigeland too, talking to Sam Cedar.
Let's see how these people do the exact opposite. Their job is to depower you, to sell to the working class. They have no choice but to trust figureheads like Zoran. But let's play the clip. I'm talking too much.
That benefits all workers, right? And I think that the road to achieve that does move from within the Democratic Party, at least in the interim, to at least build class consciousness and build the networks that you were suggesting that are an absolute necessity to create.
How does how does like shilling a non-class conscious party create class consciousness?
Structures of pressure against all people in positions of power.
What pressure have you had? What pressure, Haas? You guys couldn't even stop.
Wait a minute. I gotta hear him say that pressure remark. I didn't hear it.
Points like structures of pressure against all city to create consciousness and build the networks that you were suggesting that are an absolute necessity to create points like structures of pressure against all.
They don't build any networks of pressure at all. So that's a lie. Sam Cedar, what are his networks of pressure to hold the Democrats accountable? Much less the Republicans. If he could even do that with the Republicans, yeah, hold them accountable at least. If the useless Democrats aren't going to do anything, what structures has he created? Sam Cedar's created nothing.
People in positions of power.
What pressure have you had? What pressure, Haas? You guys couldn't even stop your party from committing a genocide.
Yeah.
There's no
Go ahead, Haas.
Yeah.
There's no pressure because there's no leverage. The way the Democratic Party sees it is very simple. Trump is the successful one so far, right? And the Republicans are successful so far, right? In winning people over. So the Democrats are like, hey, us or Trump. That's where the leverage is. So when people that want to be more to the left of the Democrats go through.
Yeah, they just threaten you with the other candidate being worse. And that's the only thing we offer you people. We'll be less worse than that party, only not really. Not really. We're going to do the same shit. We're just not going to brag about it like the Republicans are more prone to doing. Like the Republicans will brag about the evil shit they're doing. You know, because they're unapologetic about it. And you know, we got these fake leftists and Democrats who will like pretend that they're not doing the same evil shit, or will just disregard anyone pointing it out.
Through the Democratic Party to affect change. All the Democrats are going to do is be like, you don't have any bargaining power here because the alternative to me is the Republicans. So you choose me or you choose the Republicans. The only way that you win is if you
it's like
get
they're telling
out
you to
of
make
that
a third
fucking
party
bullshit system.
Yes.
And you win over a bunch of the people that are misled by the Republicans. You win over a bunch of people misled by the Democrats. You go back to the Democrats and say, hey, fuck you. We won over all those people that were voting for Trump. So you can't use them as an excuse anymore for your own bankrupt politics. And the minute a third party like that happened, you would see Democrats, Republicans, and Trump unite immediately into one party to do everything they can to stop it.
You guys see how they use terms like class consciousness in order to convince you to vote for a Democrat? Like, I know you see it all the time about these fucking annoying.
I can't believe he said that.
They will quote Lenin in order to.
I am so sick. Why do we got to be roped in with these people? It's like since Obama and Bernie and AOC, they define socialism.
Yes, Reaganomics defines socialism now. This is what pisses me off. And then you got Kamala Harris, useless ass, also validating this movement of what socialism means. Oh, what the hell is this shit on my screen? Some my stuff. I was just playing as her. Why did I get that? But okay, but yeah, you got Kamala Harris, fake ass, reinforcing what they're saying by calling Trump a socialist, a communist. She called him that. That's what communism is now. Trump, what he's doing, according to assets like her. Like, you see why a lot of people didn't want to vote for her? All right. Okay, you do this. Also, your past, not even just your campaign, your past is already telling about what type of person you are, what you would do, what you would support. Okay? If all cops are bad, none of the people who believe that should want to fucking vote for Kamala. Because that's all she was. She's just a fucking cop who basically just reinforced the evil ass racist crime bills that were, proliferated and instituted by the likes of Biden in his early career in the Senate. Those racist lock 'em up bills or rules, and the 3 strikes rules and all that shit. All right. She facilitated all those. She would hide evidence to exonerate a bunch of people who were framed for a crime they didn't commit. She was all involved in that type of corruption. She's a fucking corrupt cop, and since she's a corrupt cop, a bunch of wealthy billionaires in Wall Street like her, or they liked her and wanted her to be president, but she just was not popular enough to win on her own. So, they settled for Biden because he was a vice president of Obama briefly. Well, not briefly, all 8 years that he was a president, but still. Yeah. She just could not gain much motion. But they liked her because they liked her work as a corrupt cop who will hide evidence when asked. She will cover for pedophile cops because that's what the fuck she did. That's her career. You want to vote for a pedophile covering cop, a district attorney, fucking attorney general who, she covered for them. She would help the Epstein people. All right, this is why the Epstein files didn't come out during her term as vice president either, because she has a career where she protected pedophiles. She has a career of locking up black and brown folks for crimes they didn't commit or just for possessing marijuana. All right, those are the laws she, carried out. Yeah, some black dudes, or just, mainly black dudes went to jail for marijuana possession. That was the whole point of it. Whole point of that fucking law.
That's why we had to gatekeep it. That's why we.
Like any white people caught with it mainly got slaps on the wrist. There's more incarceration of black people for mere possession of marijuana. This is undeniable. This is even in their own statistics they want to admit. I would say it's been way higher than the statistics even say. But yeah, even the statistics support this point that I'm making.
We have to do. That's why we have to correct the record. But go ahead, Hans. We have to.
We gotta kick them out. We gotta just make them expose them. You're not a socialist. You're not left wing. You're some kind of liberal monster. I don't know what to call you.
Yeah, you're not left wing.
All right, guys. I promise this will be the
last.
Not
communists for sure.
Keep interrupting it because I can't. I have a hard time watching this shit, to be honest. But this will be the last clip, and we move on.
At least build class consciousness and build the networks that you were suggesting. They're an absolute necessity to create points.
I can't stand Hassan anymore.
Against all people in positions of power. And certainly the Democrats.
I think you use the institutions that you feel like you can.
You need to get more colors from.
I mean, there's a bunch.
Are you speaking from experience? What experience do you have?
I think you use what you have, and I have a lot of wisdom on this. Let me chime in. When I was going hard against the Force the Vote people, and I was saying, well, the way that AOC can win is do the dumb shit she's already. I was proven right. Remember how we have Medicare for all now? Sam Cedar's wise way worked, right? It's been 4 years.
Imagine being that old and smug. I'm telling you guys, once I hit 60 and we still have a capitalist class, I'm gonna chill, man. I'm gonna turn it over to the next generation. I might mentor them. But
I'd move out the country at that point. There's no salvaging in this country if you're 60 and it's still this bad or worse.
Fucking 50 or wherever old this guy is, and I still haven't accomplished anything. I'm gonna take a back seat. I'm still fucking young. We're still damn near in our rookie year. We're so damn young. But imagine being this old. You have grays all over your face. What you should do, man? I'm just gonna get real trick.
Well, the reason, Nick, you don't get it. The reason that we've been losing is because I'm just smarter than everyone. Mm-hmm. Everyone's just so stupid.
Yeah,
if everyone was smart like me, we would have a great country. But
He's making fun of Sam
Everyone's just an
Cedar.
idiot, and I'm just smarter than everyone. Okay.
That's how he talks. That's how Sam Cedar talks.
I'll just play that part again.
And certainly the Democrats.
I think you use
Very bougie,
you use
elitist
the institutions that you feel
sort of
like
behavior.
you can use at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a bunch of tools.
Yeah.
Sitting
Exhaust
on,
all options.
Exactly, and because
Sam Cedar defended that Nazi
there is
Graham Plackner.
virtually no
Brilliant
evidence
strategy.
that a third party, at least on a national level, has the ability now or the strength to do anything.
Hey, Nick, I don't know if we're
I'm
still.
on here. Go ahead.
I don't think. Are we still live? Because it's. I'm hearing some people are telling me it ended.
Oh, it ended on one stream. I think I'm still live. Chat, let us know.
Okay, okay.
I'm live on X.
Oh, okay,
Twitter.
got you.
I just ended on one. I'll try.
Oh, I got you. No problem.
Yeah.
I was just making sure.
Yeah, it's all good. But you guys see how what he says is ahistorical, by the way. Even if you just look south of the border, like the Marina Party in Mexico started as a third-party movement, and so they gained power because they defeated the neoliberals in Mexico. You know, the person in power right now. I know she's not perfect.
She's better than the last leader.
Anti-poverty program she implemented, and she was able to implement.
Yeah, she's doing better work
because they defeated the neoliberal class by separating themselves from them. That is not the way that you describe infiltrating some capitalist system and tricking them to vote against their class interests.
Yeah, they're not going to do that.
You're going to engage in some mind jiu-jitsu to convince the capitalist class.
They control the elections in the part. They own the party. That's never good. How you think you're gonna fucking trick them into voting something they don't want? They control who wins the fucking elections. They control who gets platformed on the fucking media and on their programs that they own. They're not. That's not how it's gonna work. You're just gonna trick the fucking capitalist owners? No. That was always a failed strategy and delusional. No, you're gonna have to build another infrastructure, and you're gonna have to probably fight these motherfuckers. If worst comes to worst, that's what the fucking Bolsheviks ended up having to do when they wouldn't let them keep their the proletariat party. They decided to fight the Bolsheviks.
You pretend this is the way. When we see
the Bolsheviks had to defend themselves and fight the monarch loyalists and the fascists who decided to respond to the Bolshevik party dominance in the new Russian state, or the Soviet Union, newly established Soviet Union, because it wasn't just Russia anymore. It wasn't called that anymore. He had a new flag and everything.
Print over and over again of the rise of Marxist and socialist parties. But anyway, I think I'll hammer it on this segment a little bit too long, so I will move on because you guys see that's your. I said it 1,000 times. These Zoran Mamdani supporters, their number one goal right now, post-Israeli genocide. They saw those polls, Haas, of the American people wanting a third party, rejecting Zionism, and they freaked out because nothing scares these people more than an anti-Zionist, pro-working class movement existing outside the Democratic Party, because this is where their financial structures take place. Sam Cedar has an MSNBC contract, and that's why he's forced to support the Nazis in Ukraine.
When we see courage from these people to go against the structural incentives to sell out, I'll take them seriously as a voice. But I look at these people, they're political prostitutes. They're nothing else. Because think about it. I mean, if you're truly principled, you don't care about MSNBC. You don't care about all the benefits and contracts and shit you're going to get.
He's
but
right
that's
about
what they're motivated by. So if you're not willing to risk that in any kind of way, I'm not going to take your voice seriously. It's that simple.
Yeah, very well said. And this is, you guys saw the hotspot video I did in the beginning. I didn't have a time to do a long segment, but I did a hotspot video showing how Zelensky was giving honors and awards to neo-Nazi brigades in Ukraine. This is what I covered in my hotspot video. I don't know if
He
you saw
was
this
doing
one,
that.
But
you know who else was doing that?
Honoring Nazis.
You know who else was doing that in our fucking country? Jon Stewart at Disney World. gave a medal to a Ukraine Azov battalion soldier who had Nazi tats that he had to cover up when he accepted the award. All right, we saw him without the bandage. We saw why he had the bandage on, because he had some fucking Nazi tats. That's why. And Jon Stewart, yeah, he should know better, but he's a prostitute now. I mean, I think he's been a prostitute since inception, but you know, it was easier to be like he had the easiest job in the world because he gained a lot of his prominence during the Bush years. A lot of his notoriety came during that, and it was like so easy to be like the comedic call out against Bush. Like Bush isn't really redeemable in any way, and Cheney, of course, if people say was really calling the shots. I would say they're both evil and both complicit. Yeah, he had the easiest job in the world, just calling them out and criticizing them. So, but when he has to like make really hard decisions, such as like we have our Democratic Party supporting literal Nazis in some proxy war in a country we're not we're not even a part of that fucking continent. Why the fuck are we fucking around over there and supporting them and chilling them and you know, supporting their genocide of people in the Donbass practically? He didn't make the hard decision to question that or to criticize that. He was actually off TV, but he found time to still give a medal to a Nazi at Disney World. Damn it. He has this weird little combo super that it's really hard to execute.
And despite this going viral and worldwide, we're seeing so many of these footages and instances of Nazis being part of the Ukrainian
It's
military.
like so hard to even deny that Ukraine has a Nazi. Because Zelensky, you can write this off probably if Zelensky wasn't there, which is what they did for the longest time. Whenever they had Nazis in they have these photos and footage of these Nazis. Well, that's just something fake from Russia. But no, Zelensky's literally in the photo with these Nazis. This photo on the screen, he's showing the photo of Zelensky giving medals to these literal Nazis with these Nazi insignias. Some of them just have straight up tattoos of Nazi shit. But this is like SS type of symbols that the Nazis wore. It's literal SS lightning bolts. Okay? There's literal black suns and shit.
You want to know who is still in denial in the year 2025?
To Ukraine after everyone is now, like I was saying last week, the same progressives who have a problem with Plattner's old tattoo have no problem with supplying billions of dollars in weapons to Ukraine after everyone has now seen that Ukrainian military is covered in swastika tattoos. Be consistent. Well, first off, that's just simply not true.
What?
Oh my God! Somebody brought up the contradiction. So, and the people who are, well, yeah, he's talking about those fakes leftists too. Yeah, he's criticizing Sam Cedar and the people who are like, because Sam Cedar's not offended by the Totenkopf that Graham Plattner had. He actually defended him. But there are other Democrats or, people who claim to be left who are bothered by the Totenkopf Nazi tattoo that Graham Plattner had, but also having the contradiction of supporting the Nazis in Ukraine. The very ones that Zelensky is giving medals to in the footage we have, it's all over social media now. It's undeniable. You can't blame Russia for that. And then, I'm going to hear what Sam Cedar says for his defense. Like, I was telling people this 3 years ago, and I was called an idiot, a dumb black man. Doesn't know shit. You don't know shit, okay? And I guess they were Nazis because that was their racist response. Like, a black man can't know anything about Nazis. Okay. He doesn't know what racism looks like. He never dealt with it. Like, okay, guy. You don't know what us black folks don't know what Nazis look like.
Be consistent. Well, first off,
motherfucker, I'm in Texas for one thing. And Missouri ain't fucking, ain't shy about their Nazi loving either. I used to live there. Where I was born.
To Ukraine after everyone is now, like I was saying last week, the same progressives who have a problem with Plattner's old tattoo have no after everyone.
Here's who is still in denial in the year 2025.
To Ukraine after everyone is now, like I was saying last week, the same progressives who have a problem with Plattner's old tattoo have no problem with supplying billions of dollars in weapons to Ukraine after everyone has now seen that Ukrainian military is covered in swastika tattoos. Be consistent.
Yeah.
Well, first off, that's just simply not true.
What?
Oh my
that's
God.
Simply not true.
Okay, Sam. How is it not true?
Overgeneralizing.
Fuck, I forgot this guy supports Ukraine, right? Fuck.
And Plattner.
This guy's not even left wing and like, what is this guy? He supports Ukraine. You're not gonna make it. What are we even talking about?
This is the DSA network, Hans. Like you guys know, Emma is a dues-paying member of the DSA, and the DSA views the majority report in Hassan Piker as almost like their independent media outlet. The same way
they're endorsers
for Democrats.
These guys are to the right of Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah, I don't like her, but they are. They are literally right of her.
The NATO left ever again.
But I will, even Hassan's practically admitted it. He's congratulated Marjorie Taylor Greene on some recent videos. So even like Hassan agrees with Has here, I think.
I don't want to go on too long of a rant, but I explained this 1,000 times. What one of the first things Zelensky did when he took power? One of the first things they did was ban the rights to collective bargaining, banning socialist parties, banning opposition parties, banning.
Yeah, Zelensky banned the socialist parties. I brought that up. He banned opposition parties, and there's been no elections at all. Like, you can't say because we're going through a war, we're allowed to just cancel elections when Russia hasn't. Russia still held elections. And they keep saying that Russia's losing so bad. So if Russia's losing so bad, how are they having elections? So, I don't know. It sounds like you're just trying to hold on to power so you can keep this proxy war going because the U.S. wants it to keep going. The collective West wants it to keep going. Western imperialist. Lockheed Martin and Raytheon wanted to keep going. That's why elections have been canceled.
Rolling back. I don't want to go on too long of a rant, but I explained this 1,000 times. What one of the first things Zelensky did when he took power? One of the first things they did was ban the right to collective bargaining, banning socialist parties, banning opposition parties, banning and rolling back labor rights. So and Hodge, you know this very well, was one of the first things that hit.
You sound like a Russian propagandist. To me,
yeah. Yes, that's always the answer when you bring this up.
Is credible. Can we fact check that, please?
That's just Russian propaganda.
So these social democrats
support
a Nazi regime.
Who has the media monopoly? It ain't fucking Russia. The U.S. has had the most media monopoly around the globe. Most of the fucking media is from Western companies, right? Most of the media that the globe consumes is Western, all right? This is from Europe to Asia to Africa. Africa's trying to divest more from the West after all the evil shit. They know what the West is doing and they're ruining. Enough people do anyway. Like all the genocide they're talking about in fucking Sudan is supported by the West. In the Congo, it's supported by them. And it's very coordinated. This isn't like what's going on in Africa. It's not something that's just like some oopsie. It's just some it's just some automated result that happened from how things are set up. No, it's very coordinated. It's not some passive thing that was caused by the West. It's a very active, coordinated thing that the West is backing, because the West depends on a lot of the resources from Africa. A lot of their foreign policy plans involve stealing resources from Africa and causing discord in Africa, keeping it destabilized for the easy extraction of resources from Africa. This is just undeniable fact. They are the real ones behind the genocide in Sudan, and they want to cause more genocide in Nigeria, which they're already causing through proxies, but they want to do it more directly with Trump. I mean, going by what Trump's saying, but China is getting more involved now, and Russia too. You can't be doing that shit, man. This is a different world. This ain't the fucking 90s post-Cold War anymore, where you like the U.S. is just way more arrogant than ever before after the dissolving of the Soviet Union. Damn it. DJ is pretty hard to use. It's super, especially it's like an actual button combination you need to fucking execute properly. It's like the Deadly Rave from Geese Howard from the SNK fighting games like King of Fighters and Fatal Fury. It's really hard to execute.
Jim, who suppressed labor rights, and they were
the funny thing, these people are trying to gatekeep the left against us.
Yes.
They call us Nazis all the time. Can you please hold the Ukrainian government to the same standard you hold to us? Think about that. We're Nazis and we're fascists, but the Ukrainian regime, the Kiev regime, which literally legalizes Nazi battalions.
Yes. In a Bandera Day.
Of progress, and I don't understand.
It's a Nazi
I hate this fucking guy.
holiday.
I'm just gonna be honest. I'm not gonna pretend like I don't have a petty hatred of this guy. I do. I fucking.
It's not
hate him.
petty. He deserves to hate.
On RBN, we 100% embrace the hatred of these class traitors. Trust me. Because they are denying that Nazis are in Ukraine, and I don't want to even spend that much time. I just did a hotspot video showing this, and I showed all the pictures of Zelensky meeting with the
How am I a fascist? And the Azov Brigade.
There's like literal fucking headlines about the U.S. lists ban on neo-Nazi linked Azov Brigade in Ukraine. Okay. They literally did that.
Is not.
Yeah. The I don't want to even spend that much time. I just did a hotspot video showing this, and I showed all the pictures of Zelensky meeting with the
How am I a fascist and the Azov Brigade is not?
Yeah. The ACP, these people think the
ACP is fascist, but the Azov Battalion isn't.
Do you know the RBN is secretly part of the Red Brown Alliance? That was the smear they loved to use on me.
They did say that a lot.
The Jimmy Dore left, the Red Brown Alliance left.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, you guys are making
Brown.
an alliance. You guys are making an alliance.
Yeah, that was back when Jimmy Dore was a bit more normal. He now does deserve the criticism he's getting now. Fuck Jimmy Dore. Jimmy Dore is awful now. All he does is suck Donald Trump's dick all day. But he really fell off. He didn't used to be that bad. Damn. I guess you could criticize him before, but he wasn't that bad before. God damn, he sucks now. He sucks it so hard. He does tricks on it. It's bad. Fuck that show. Fuck Jimmy Dore.
They don't even have the red part. They just have the brown part. You know?
That's a good. They don't. Yeah, they don't have the red part. They just pure brown. Just organizing with Zionists.
Yeah, they're not communists in any way.
Wait, let me move off on this guy.
There's no red in this
these
group.
are the people who are.
There's no red in the Sam Cedar report or Hassan even.
considered the credible mainstream left. The people who apologize for
Last
Nazism.
week, the same progressives who have a problem with Plattner's old tattoo have no problem with supplying billions of dollars in weapons to Ukraine after everyone has now seen that Ukrainian military is covered in swastika tattoos. Be consistent. Well, first off, that's just simply not true. That's just
Trust
simply
me,
not
bro.
True.
Way overgeneralizing.
No, it's not. What are you talking about? It's the same.
That's funny. It just shows their
it's
alignment.
accurate.
I would never. He knows Zoran Mamdani. It's the same way his head chopping, supporting white.
That's what Sam Cedars doing. It's not a generalization when Sam Cedars right there supporting both. Well, I guess he's saying, or I guess he's implying, well, Sam Cedars is at least more consistent. He supports both Nazis.
White supports the head choppers in Syria. You know.
No, that's
for a damn
Islamophobic.
fact.
You can't. No, come on. They're freedom fighters.
Yep. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yes,
But you guys know
the Assad regime.
the people we supported.
Was really bad, and the Al Qaeda seems
taking
like a
over
reasonable alternative to me. I'm Sam Cedar, and
Yeah.
we need to support Zelensky. You know.
Yes, the guy that the West was calling
he
a
did a great-
terrorist, and he had a bounty on his head. Now we got to support him. Now that he's taken over a country, we wanted to regime change in Syria. Now he's legitimate. Okay, he was a criminal a decade ago to promote our false flag ISIS group, which is not an organic group. It's something the CIA created.
Great job avoiding any question about Ukraine. You know the media would never ask him, but you know the second that Zoran is ever asked about the Nazis in Ukraine, you already know he's getting that massively wrong. But anyway, despite Hassan, I thought it's funny. We don't.
The CIA creates these ISIS groups that created Boko Haram. None of these are organic.
Boot looking for Zoran Mamdani. He was condemned. You guys know that he was like condemned by Mamdani over his 9/11 statements. Mamdani, I condemn Hassan. They openly did this fighter. So this guy.
Oh yeah, Zoran Mamdani decided. That was probably the most honest fucking comment Hassan ever made. The U.S. deserved 9/11, although it's inaccurate because it's not like some foreign agent did 9/11. It was the U.S. itself, along with assistance from Israel. I guess you can call them the foreign agents, but the U.S. supports Israel. They prop them up. So it's basically a American attack on itself. It's a Operation Mongoose to legitimize invading the Middle East.
Propaganda for Zoran Mamdani. Zoran Mamdani won the election. He was like, hey, I don't know this guy. I don't know you, bro.
Yeah, we can show here. We have no motion.
This is just like when Kyle Kalinske was kicked off his show by Bernie Sanders, despite glazing Bernie Sanders for years. So Hassan was denied entry into Zoran Mamdani's victory party because, according to Zoran Mamdani, Hassan fucking Piker is too spicy for him.
Yeah, we can show here. It's fine.
Wow. Hassan did all that work glazing Mamdani on his streams and praising him, promoting him to his audience. And he's banned from the celebration with Mamdani because of what, that old ass 9/11 clip from years ago?
We have no motion. We're out. We're done. We're washed. We're washed.
Now you feel stupid, Hassan.
Most likely. Most likely. We'll be escorted. Yeah, no drink tickets. No drink tickets. No bitches. No drink tickets, no bitches.
He's
No
taking it
bitches.
well. He's taking being rejected by this guy. He's been doing propaganda for a very long time.
he's used to
I know,
bending
He's
over.
taking that pretty
That's
well.
why.
But it's just like, man, we don't know you, bro. So
He knows
Zoran
to
Mamdani
assume the position
already distancing himself
for
from
the
DSA supporter.
the ruling class.
He's already doing it.
Yeah.
And this here is what I view as the worst nightmare blunt rotation of all time because these are the people they allow in his victory party. Look, they have Mehdi Hassan.
Oh, Mehdi!
Jamal
Oh
Bowman.
God!
You know Jamal Bowman
Mehdi Hassan is so useless.
who voted for the
Jamal Bowman, they let him in.
proxy war, even though he didn't know what
I
the
dismiss.
Yeah, that's one slight against him. You voted for the fucking Ukraine war. You know they wouldn't even allow you in that country, man. They don't like black folks over there. There's like a warning for like volunteering that's given to black volunteers who wanted to go do relief for Ukrainians over there. Yeah, there's a special warning for the black folks. Don't be, don't take it too harshly if you find a bunch of people calling you nigger. Okay, this is literally in the little prep for anyone who's black going over to Ukraine to volunteer, dude. Okay, this is you voted to support them though, Jamal Bowman. Those fucking Nazis over there.
Fucking Mehdi Hassan, MI6 piece of shit. I can't stand that guy too. Oh, I am the authority on everything that is pertaining to morality and ethics when it comes to left-wing politics. You have to listen to me. I'm Mehdi Hassan. I know everything that I'm talking about.
No,
he's a fucking British spy. Fuck this guy.
Another head chopper supporter. He's another Free Syria supporter. He made it.
You are incredibly immoral for refusing to support Al Qaeda in Syria. Al Qaeda has done nothing wrong. ISIS has done nothing wrong.
Hey fam, I cannot underestimate how much damage Mehdi Hassan has done to the Free Palestine movement.
They hate on the fucking Hamas more than the fucking ISIS and Al Qaeda, which are just CIA cutouts. They're not real freedom fighters or anything. They are asset mercs of the West that are just, not admitted that they're Western puppets. But that's what they are. They're like we were doing that since the Taliban. Taliban was propped up by the West. Or the Mujahideen, who turned into the Taliban later.
Because there are a lot of people in the Free Palestine movement who still believe Mehdi Hassan is a good actor.
They're also like the Contras that the U.S. propped up all over Latin America. That's what they basically are. And that all they did was do death squads against civilians of the countries we regime change or we're trying to.
Today, and Mehdi Hassan is responsible for brainwashing and convincing a lot of pro-Palestinian people that the head choppers in Syria was pro-Palestine.
Nick, why don't you answer this question? I speak in a very harsh tone against Benjamin.
That's a big reason why Mehdi Hassan is illegitimate. Like manufacturing consent to genocide Palestinians by saying they're jihadis, and the people running Syria are like they're taking orders from Hamas or some dumb shit. Like before the coup, I mean, like the people who are running Syria now are, Western puppets. They're not taking any orders from Hamas. Like there's videos of these motherfuckers chopping the heads off of children. The people who are running Syria right now. The U.S. loves them though. The West loves them because they're like serving U.S. empire interest. Israel interest. Yeah, Israel likes them too. I mean, they're aligned in their interest, basically. U.S. and Israel.
Netanyahu consistently. My words are so harsh for him. I have done so much for Palestine by my harsh denunciation of Benjamin Netanyahu. You still should support Democrats. You should still support the system. And
still
Israel
vote for the Iron Dome.
However,
still give them weapons.
I am
still money.
My tone of voice is very angry at Benjamin Netanyahu.
That's his entire brand. I'm gonna quickly get through these last few receipts. I don't want to play this. This video is as cringe as it looks, even in mute. The head chopper brigade. And remember, Jamal Bowman is the guy who voted for the Ukraine.
Yeah, these people who manufacture consent for genocide against Palestinians and call them terrorists, and Syria is evil, and it's controlled by Hamas. Yeah, all that Zoran Mamdani performance and caring about Palestinians goes down the drain when these are the guys you were letting in the function. That's all these guys were doing. All right? They were shitting on Palestinians, and they we're manufacturing consent for invasions and genocide in a bunch of countries where regime changing or tried to or succeeded in Syria. To be honest,
despite not knowing what the Donbass was. So this is the NATO guy who the head chopper brigade. And remember, Jamal Bowman is the guy who voted for the Ukraine war despite not knowing what the Donbass was. So this is the NATO.
Yeah, they like people who don't know shit about it.
This is what the NATO
don't know shit about any of these countries we're invading, because it makes it easier for them to support it. If they don't know shit about these countries we're telling them to get on board to have an invasion in or to prop up for a proxy war, then they're more prone to vote for it because they'll just listen to whatever we say about it. They prefer their assets to be stupid or ignorant.
He's like, I support you. If you stand for Palestinian resistance, you must support the Nazis in Ukraine too. That's the position that these people take. Anyway, let me move on because I gotta get to our Nick Fuentes segment. But here is
Fuck Nick Fuentes.
His first tweet, fam, as mayor. What is he doing? The first tweet is
look at this. I'm gonna read this tweet. This is disgusting and heartbreaking act of anti-Semitism, or this is a disgusting and heartbreaking act of anti-Semitism, and it has no place in our beautiful city. As mayor, I will always stand steadfast with our Jewish neighbors to root the scourge of anti-Semitism out of our city. And I gotta look closer at this. Oh, there's a swastika on a window somewhere. It's at a Jewish day school, apparently. A yeshiva is what it's referenced as. He taught there, apparently. This is where Zoran taught, apparently. Probably isn't something that was really made by somebody, and it's just something that was like a stage sort of vandalism. I don't think this is organic. This is something to make it look like, yeah, Zoran, he's really in support of you, Israel, and that's it. That whole campaign talk he was doing, that's what it was. It was campaign talk. He stands with you, Israel. He's going to root out anti-Semitism, and that means those pro-Palestine people. Don't worry. They'll just be more subtle about it than Trump.
Legitimizing the anti-Semitism hoax that we have been debunking on RBN for years now. Look,
I literally in a given day get DMs worse than whatever this is.
Yeah.
Am I a victim? Zoran should pass laws to protect me from all the people that say racist shit to me. Apparently, right? Because I'm a victim now. And what is this fucking graffiti? I bet Zionists themselves did this shit.
Yep,
yeah, they've been caught doing that a lot. So yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. They're already saying that if Zoran wins, and yeah, that's just going to be a Jewish Holocaust. So it's probably them who did it. I don't trust that graffiti vandalism. And then you got, Zoran legitimizing the smallest vandalism I've ever seen. That's the smallest fucking graffiti I've ever seen, and it's like on a window that you could easily clean. If they didn't even stain the fucking limestone or any like actual foundation of the building with that. It'll be easy to clean off of a window, and it's the smallest swastika you ever did see. So I think it was just them. It was just some Zionist.
I bet you that who does this? I've never heard of anyone doing this shit.
So the first tweet you send out is legitimizing this obvious.
This is the most urgent, important thing facing New York right now. Okay, it's not homelessness. It's not all the poverty. It's anti-Semitism.
What did I tell you guys? Like all the Zoran people who was upset at me. There was even people like, Nick, come on, man. I said that when Zoran Mamdani,
and I hate that the swastika is like, there's Nazis. It's not. Well, never mind. Never mind. I was gonna make something, but no, they're already gonna say it.
Semitism.
What did I tell you guys? Like all those wrong people who was upset at me. There was even people like, Nick, come on, man. I said that when Zoran Mamdani takes charge, he's gonna weaponize the NYPD against pro-Palestinian protesters. Just
he's talking about arming the NYPD more. He's not like all cops are bad.
Every other administration weaponized. Said that when Zoran Mamdani takes charge, he's going to weaponize the NYPD against pro-Palestinian protesters, just like every other administration. People are like, man, Nick, you just talking shit. Then he announced that he was going to do this. He said he's going to implement an anti-Semitism task force. So he was already selling you out. So the first tweet, he had one tweet where he said, thank you for electing me and giving me power. And then he sent out this tweet.
What about an anti-Palestine sort of defense at all? Like none of that.
He said, thank you for electing me and giving me power. And he said he's gonna
Semitism.
What did I tell you guys? Like all those wrong people who was upset at me. There was even people like, Nick, come on, man. I said that when Zoran Mamdani takes charge, he's gonna weaponize the NYPD against pro-Palestinian protesters, just like every other administration. People are like, man, Nick, you just talking shit. Then he announced that he was going to do this. He said he's going to implement an anti-Semitism task force. So he was already selling you out. So the first tweet, he had one tweet where he said, thank you for electing me and giving me power. And then he sent out this tweet. This is disgusting and heartbreaking acts of anti-Semitism. What did I tell you guys? This is exactly what I predicted. They're going to use the Muslim progressive as the way to legitimize the anti-Semitism crisis, which is used to censor Americans and implement a Jewish fascist police state. And who do they need to legitimize that, Hodge? They can't have some white guy.
Yeah.
When they did that last time with Biden, people
they can't have a white guy who has a D next to their name. They could if he was a Republican in a Republican city predominantly, but they can't do it in a prominently Democrat city and the person has a D next to their name.
They need
if they're white, I mean. You can kind of get away with it since Zoran, you can get away with it now more because Zoran isn't necessarily white. He's Indian descent.
What they need a Muslim Zionist who legitimizes the existence of the state of Israel. Let me finish the tweet. It's absurd. This is disgusting and heartbreaking act of anti-Semitism, and it has no place in our beautiful city. As mayor, I will always stand steadfast with our Jewish neighbors to root out the scourge of anti-Semitism out of our city. So how long? How long is it until we see the NYPD start beating the shit out of Palestinian protesters? Exactly what I mentioned. Exactly what I said was going to happen. And to what your point that you mentioned, Haas, and I'm gonna speed this segment up. I know we're going a little bit long here.
Yeah, they straight up. It's like a Zionist psyop. They fucking will do this shit to themselves and then say that they're victims.
Every single one of these stories should always be taken with a grain of salt. It's
especially suspicious that they did it to like a supposed school that Zoran himself taught at, and the people who were like fear-mongering about anti-Semitism before he ran were the Zionists. So the graffiti was most likely some fake vandalism from these guys, the pro-Israel motherfuckers. Why would they do that to a specific school Zoran worked at, except to reinforce a narrative about Zoran winning, causing a Jewish Holocaust in New York? Like, that's all that's reinforcing. That it's manufacturing that narrative to do that at a school he worked at specifically. It's not like it's a random vandalism. So it just makes it look phony, you know, under more scrutiny.
For the
victims.
Every single one of these stories should always be taken with a grain of salt. It's a very important.
But he's legitimizing the obvious false flag, so he's like complicit. Zoran is legitimizing this false flag, complicit agent at that point.
These anti-Semitic,
like fake vandalism like this is gonna give the excuse for why he has to. He's reluctant about it, guys, but he has to bring in a task force to crack down on your pro-Palestine demonstrations. Okay, right? Because of all this this fake vandalism that is specifically connected to places I worked. Okay, that just makes it look more suspicious, as in it's not organic.
Attacks, and we covered it. This is why I said that anti-Semitism, the psyop is bullshit. I'm around the most radical pro-Palestine, from the river to the sea motherfuckers that walk in this earth, and I'm sure you are too, Oz. And I have not met one person, despite me being around a ton of Palestinians. I'm talking about the most radical of the most radical, fam. I have pro-Palestinian roundtables. I have not heard one person my entire life said, "Hey, Nick, I don't like those fucking Jews." What's up with the Jews? I
ain't never heard it from no pro-Palestine people.
Man. Nobody, never. Because at
it's
the end
only
of the
those
day,
right-wing feds. It's only the Nazi feds.
Yeah, that's just.
We will get to them soon. But it's only those feds.
Like Nick Fuentes types.
But no one, especially among the
nobody actually hates real Jews. Nobody hates Jews just for being Jewish. Okay. Nobody that I know, at least.
Well, Nazis do for sure. Because they think they control everything, and then money has so much magical powers that they control everyone around the globe, even ones with independent economies and people in the BRICS apparatus. Yeah. No, just possessing money does not make you control everything. You got to have actual sort of you know, what legitimizes the money? What, okay, like who enforces the value? That it's not just owning the money itself, it's the military having, you know, weapons and arms that, you know, allow for the enforcement of the value of the currency in the system that's set up. Now, Israel, they couldn't exist without U.S. giving them funds. And they're not, you know, they can't defend themselves just because they have money. They need to have the money given to them by us and the weapons too. Otherwise, you know, we saw what happens if the U.S. doesn't come to their rescue. They get, you know, Iran is able to dunk on them. They're not that powerful. A Jewish state is not that powerful just because they're Jewish. No. Being reinforced by a white colonial world power gives them power. That has nothing to do with being Jewish. Being Jewish is just a, you know, byproduct, and it's not even a real identity anyway. Like the ones calling themselves Jewish, and especially, you know, liberal Western democracies, they're just white people. They're not even Semitic. None of them actually have any ties to any Semitic land. They're just Poles, they're Finns, they're Swedes, and some of them are Turks, which gives the illusion that, yeah, they're Semitic. But no, they're just Turks who decided to convert to Judaism in the 10th century, and they're not really from any place in the Levant. They're not from any place, even in Africa, was where a lot of the cultivation of the religion was done. Like most of the organized religion was cultivated there, and they're just repurposed from old religions, even that predated the Bible. Like a lot of it's just repurposed references and allegories from old Egyptian religions in Samaria, and those were all brown, predominantly black areas in antiquity, and part a big presence still today, but they like to cover that up today with Blanqueamiento campaigns to give the illusion that these always look like pale, more white people. No black people ever been here, and this shit, the Jews could have never been black because look at these people. Even though we have Ethiopian Jews, they're not. These aren't. These people are the real Jews. These people in these Western countries going back to Israel to claim that they're the real people who lived there like thousands of years ago. No proof of this. It's a claim. There's more proof that they're just some European converts. They don't even speak any Semitic language. Like, Hebrew is not like the Hebrew they speak has no Semitic roots. It has European roots, not Semitic. Shitty patchwork attempt at Semitic language, but not actually Semitic. Not real Aramaic.
Sure, they exist, of course, but it's like our circles, the left wing. No, we don't hate Jews.
Yeah, it's the most obvious psyop use to smear the left. They did it forever. They call Malcolm X a fucking anti-Semite. It's been a long proven tactic.
Well, yeah, the Nation of Islam in general has been called that because they've called out Zionists, but they also used the slurs that are also associated with Jewish people, and that's how they were able to get away with just calling them that. But yeah, a lot of them were just calling out their association in the apartheid state of South Africa. So at that point they didn't feel any need for polite speech against them. But they're just white supremacists at that point. So they used some slurs.
So if we know that there's a history, and I know you do know this, Zoran, of Jewish people faking.
I don't think anybody who has the identity of being Jewish should, be harmed or anything, or we should pretend that they run everything. But I think that we shouldn't pretend that there's like an equivalency here going on with like Palestinians or any other marginalized group and how much oppression is going on. We shouldn't also discount a lot of the victims that were in World War II. Like the Zionists pretty much co-opted a bunch of the victims of World War II to justify the establishment of this apartheid state in Israel, or Palestine, really. But it disregarded the deaths of much of the Soviet Union. A bunch of Roma, Slavs, and just a lot of the socialist bloc was Slavish. So yeah, they took most of the brunt of the genocide. It wasn't just targeted towards this group that repurposed the Jewish identity, these white people. But they do believe that there's this overemphasis on this idea that like Jews are like some special race and they're magical and control everything. There's some Jewish people who are in collaboration with the white colonial authorities, and they're all white, but there's collaboration, and these specific people who have the identity of being Jewish have this power. It's not every person who's Jewish or has that in their background. They don't control everything. But there are people who just have power who control everything. And, it's not necessarily shared. This power is not shared. This is like, that's just how white supremacists also operate. Everyone who's white isn't also rich and controlling everything, but they do like to promote a white supremacy to, insulate their power. And Israel exercises the same sort of practice because they were established by white supremacists from Britain who wanted to do a Cecil Rhodes type of campaign in the Middle East, which is a racist campaign of ethnic cleansing and colonialism expansion.
To legitimize the police state, why is the first fucking thing you tweet about that? So who sent him this tweet? So you guys think Zoran is browsing Twitter? He has interns and shit tweeting this for him. That's how politicians generally work. So you know that Zoran Mamdani, who has damn near, I'm sure he's over 1 million now. Like, where's he at? Yeah, 1 million followers now. So you were just elected mayor. Think about it, Haas. You know the world is watching your first tweet. You know that your first tweet is going to carry someone.
Oh, yeah. Then, I forgot. Did Malcolm X exit the nation? Yeah. Never mind. I'll talk about that some other time.
Hey, look at the impression.
Yeah, there's another tweet, apparently.
You know that your first tweet is going to carry someone's weight. Look at the impressions that this tweet got.
10 million impressions.
Oh my God.
10.1 million views. So high. You know, and they know, that the first tweet you send out has massive weight and will define the rest of your political career as mayor. So what is the first thing that Zoran tweets out while he has the eyes of the entire world on him? That he knows they're going to get at least 10 million views. Legitimizing anti-Semitism, hoax, bullshit. So I don't want to hear you guys say later, oh my God, Zoran Mamdani betrayed me. No, you guys knew exactly what the fuck you signed up for. This is exactly what me and Haas warned you about. This is what all the homies warned you
Nick,
about.
I'm going to be real, okay? When I first heard about this stupid guy, I was actually shocked because I was like, I hasn't everyone gotten it now? Like, I didn't think people would have the audacity to do this again after AOC. I was surprised. I was like, look,
that's the same point I make. I mean, that's the same. I have the same feeling. I'm like, didn't we just have this hype after AOC when she won her thing? The youngest senator ever elected. That shit. And she's a socialist. Yeah, I remember. And we saw what happened. They didn't do anything socialist. Like, so I don't get hype from this anymore. I've already experienced it. Like, I was already tired after the hype around Obama, and he didn't do a damn thing but do Reaganism. So, like, this shit don't fly with me anymore, man. You ain't gonna get me hype or gaslight me into supporting a candidate just because they're putting on this pantomime. You gotta actually show results, motherfucker. I'm tired of the hype.
Like, I'm gonna confess something. When we launched ACP, we were thinking, this shit is dead. Of course it's dead. I mean, the whole DSA, AOC, like, that's just over. It's done. It's buried. Like, it will never recover from, like, how much AOC and Bernie and, like, how much they just betrayed everyone. Like, okay, everyone understands now. It's never going to happen again. So when Zoran occurred, it was actually a big surprise to me because I was like, wait a second.
Same here,
Are they
man.
actually selling this shit again?
Again. I noticed.
I'm like, really? Like how many more fucking times are we gonna have to deal with this? Like nothing is moving forward.
Like what Dalzum's doing right here is exactly how this is my sentiments. We're doing this again? How many times do we have to beat it into your head that we've done this already? And you don't do anything. They don't do shit. All they serve is capital and empire. Motherfucker. Stop it. Stop gaslighting us. Stop gaslighting us. And be real. Be serious.
As far as like the mainstream left, like they're not. It's just like forever. It starts with Obama, right? Is just so. What is it gonna take to convince these people that it's bullshit? And then you gotta think. It's like, well, the major popular talking heads who are favored by the system, who keep pushing
Hassan,
these
Sam
people on
Cedar,
us,
Kyle Kalinske.
they do know better, but they're agents of the system. They're compromised. They have to be compromised. Nobody about their damn mind who saw what AOC, Bernie, and the rest of them have done.
Some
as far
new
as
blood
selling
they're
out,
trying to get.
would ever dare to do a repeat like this unless they were compromised.
Yeah.
Yep.
From the get-go, you know?
So I covered one of my first you can find it on YouTube. One of my favorite segments I did all year because it attracted a ton of tears. Like the amount of Zoran fans like, Nick, what the fuck? Because it was like when Zoran was catching steam. So I'm like, let me look into this guy for 1 second. And the first thing I found is that he was funded by the Working Family Party.
Oh.
And I'm like, you guys know the Working Family Party is funded by George Soros, right? So I had a video. I had a viral tweet thread.
George Soros definitely ain't a socialist. So yeah, that doesn't reassure me. That motherfucker ain't a socialist, and he admitted to like supporting the Ukraine war and fomenting the war there. Overthrow. He like bragged about like fomenting the coup that happened in 2014 and basically fomenting the war that we're experiencing now in Ukraine. So yeah, fuck that guy. He's responsible for more than that, but that's just one of the, more topical things that George Soros is involved in. He's not a socialist. No reason to trust him. So if he's backing if he's backing somebody professing to be a socialist, that's a red flag. They're not a socialist at that point. They are some liberal puppet of some billionaire.
And you guys know that's
like who's doing like a performance.
It's taking billionaire money, right? A viral tweet thread. Well, I spent like, hey man, you guys know that Zoran is taking billionaire money, right? Like, you guys are
this is literally one of the most anti-communist families on planet Earth.
Exactly. George Soros is no fan of communism.
In Eastern Europe in the late 80s. They bankrolled the color revolutions in Eastern Europe in the late 80s. These guys are
the late 80s when, the Soviet Union was still around. All right? He caused anti-communist revolutions. He bankrolled that shit, George Soros. He ain't no friend of us.
Fascists. These guys are literal fascists.
Yeah.
They're Nazis. They cultivated the rise of the Nazis in the far right in Eastern Europe.
Yeah, that's true.
And they took credit. Soros takes credit for taking down the communist states in Eastern Europe.
Yeah, he did.
And that's who we're dealing with.
Those are the people who was donating to Mom Don. I was like, hey man, I thought that you guys was against like super PACs on principle.
Yeah,
and then they're not. Like, no, we gotta do whatever it takes to win. I also shared this. Liz Simmons, a diehard Zionist who advocated for the crackdown on freedom of speech of Americans, a diehard genocide supporter. She donated $250,000 to Zoran's campaign. So the second that she did it, I tweeted this out literally a week afterwards. Well, I was like, bro, what the fuck? Why is he taking not only just billionaire money, he's taking billionaire money from Zionist billionaires, Elizabeth Simmons. And then people were surprised when he came out later and said that he's going to keep, I keep forgetting her name, but that crazy Zionist NYPD chief.
Of course he is.
Can I say something?
Yeah, for free, Oz.
I don't want to be out of pocket, but it's just like I'm itching to say it.
No, we don't hold back on RBN, man. Trust me.
Okay, like I gotta be real. Like I'm raising a question. It's not racist. What's the difference between Zoran and a call center scammer?
Damn. Oh, I know what he's getting at because he's Indian. Damn it. But he is literally scamming now. That's for sure.
Like that's what I.
But that's literally what he's doing though. He's just scamming. You can just call him a straight up scammer in general.
I see a scammer. He's just straight up bamboozling everybody. All this shit comes from him smiling like that and promising shit. And he's just a run of the mill scammer.
Hassan is also I mean not Hassan, Haz who's speaking. He's also of some Arab descent. So I guess he's closer to Mom Donnie than say an actual white person.
That and promising shit. And he's just a run of the mill scammer. Taking everybody for a ride.
All right, man, we can continue this. I gotta move on for this segment because this is a fun stream. But always great having you on, Haas. I'm gonna end it here just on our elections because I don't even have the energy to do a segment on this. I will just mention it. I might do one later. But the Democratic voters are so cooked; they're literally voting to have the CIA govern them directly. So the person who AOC fundraised for,
Abigail Spanberger.
I didn't have time to do a segment on it, but I'm sure you guys seen it.
She's
AOC
CIA.
Fundraising emails in support of the genocidal Zionists that came directly from the CIA. Look, Abigail Spanberger, former Congresswoman and CIA agent, will be the first woman to serve as governor of Virginia. Aren't you motivated?
Yes, she's the first woman. That means she's good. That's the first list demographic here. First marginalized demographic here as a representative for the imperialist. That means you're good. That means that's a good thing. Okay, Margaret Thatcher was the first female prime minister of Britain, and that worked out really well, right? That was a good thing, right? Oh, it wasn't? It didn't mean shit that she was a woman. She was still evil as fuck and just Reagan in Britain. Oh, okay. This is one news report that was done after Margaret Thatcher died. That was some guy was interviewing some Scottish women. And they were just shitting all over Margaret Thatcher. Like, God damn, she was awful. She couldn't have died soon enough. She lived too damn long. I hope she's rotting in hell. Evil bitch. And there's a woman said, I had to put a stake through her heart so she'd never come back. I was like, that was the most base thing I've ever seen, dude. That old Scottish lady was base for saying that. Yeah, Margaret Thatcher was terrible. She was evil as fuck. A fucking Nazi. Yeah, fuck her. It didn't matter that she was a woman. She was evil. She didn't bring anything good just because she's a fucking woman. They want to distract you with the first participation award in representative for the Nazis who are actually running shit. Like, as if that's going to matter. Like, they're going to serve the Nazi policy still. It don't matter what their identity is. They're the first this and that. They're put there because they're going to do the bidding of the evil-ass Nazi colonials and fascists.
Amazing. Isn't this a victory for feminism? The first CIA governor is a woman. So this represents how...
Aren't you glad that you have instead of a white man, you got a white woman condoning genocides against brown people overseas and brown people at home? Mass incarceration of brown folks over here, brown and black.
And these are the people.
We're just gonna do the same evil shit with the smiley face. We're gonna do Nazi denaturalization with the smiley face. We're gonna do imperialist genocides with the smiley face. And a very very diverse representative. Aren't you glad that your oppressors are more diverse, and yet they're serving the same Nazi interests as always, and they're just our puppet?
The AOC and Zoran Mamdani are 100% okay with forming a coalition with. Like, Emma Vigeland, and this is what drives me crazy, because it'd be one thing if they was principled. I may disagree with them, but if they was principled, they'd be like, man, I'm okay with organizing with liberals, but I'm also going to organize with the ACP. I'm also going to show up to RBM Mutual. If you're one of the people that like, man, you're just a super happy motherfucker, and you're like, I want to organize with everybody. Imagine if you showed up to Trump rallies, MAGA, like, what could I say? Like, man, this guy's principled. You want to organize with anyone. That is not the case. PSL, the people who show up to No Kings rally, the people who support Zoran Mamdani, they would never show up to an RBM Mutual Aid event.
No, never.
The same way they would never show up to an HCP event.
Never.
They would never show up at a MAGA rally. It's a Democratic campaign.
I'm done with trying to convince right-wingers, so I wouldn't show up at a MAGA rally. I don't think... I think that's a waste of time. Fuck them. I'm not wasting energy on trying to convince people who are just more reactionary about their position than they are genuine. They don't really want to improve society. Fuck them.
Farm, and that's what.
But he apparently he's had some luck. You know, good for him. I'm not gonna bother. They piss me off too much. I don't have the patience.
Annoys me. Now you guys are okay with these people being a party with these people, but you can't associate with us. But anyway, I'll give you last thoughts on Zoran, and then I'll get to our last segment. I'll try to make the last segment a little bit quicker on Nick Fuentes. But Haas, do you have any final thoughts on Zoran, on the election, and the absolute state?
I need more time to think about and process, like, what does it mean that we're doing this repeat? Because I thought we were past it.
Yeah.
I thought it was over. Apparently not.
Yeah.
So what does that mean?
They're gonna do it again.
And when
that's
I say
what it
that,
means.
I mean, like,
if they got away with it again this time, they're gonna get away with it again the next time. Okay. Okay. AOC was a long time ago, a decade practically. So they're just gonna do it again in another decade, where people's memory, it's waned. They're just gonna get away with it again in another 10 years. That's all that's gonna happen. And you have another generation that's grown up by that point. Gen Alpha will be older by that point, without the memory that we have, and they'll fall for the same trick when they're old enough to vote.
we need to strategize a way to stop this cycle from happening. It just keeps happening over and over again.
Yeah.
You know, we are facing the most difficult war of our information warfare and being outside the system. And it's like, it's exhausting because how do we get the
Yeah, it's exhausting.
attention?
That's why I don't want to fucking waste my time with the MAGA rallies. But they can do it. Good for them. I don't have the energy or patience.
Yeah.
I can't convince them in a way that I won't get pissed off and crash out on them.
People propped up by the system do. How do you compete with that? And we have to.
I'll
really
rewind
think
what he
about
said.
that,
Shit.
you know, and it's exhausting because information warfare and being outside the system, and it's like it's exhausting because how do we get the attention? You know.
Yeah.
That these people propped up by the system do. How do you compete with that? And we have to really think about that, you know. And I have thoughts of myself, but I think that if any, you know, in the same way, you know, when like Trump won in 2016, a lot of leftists were like, you know what, we should self-criticize, go back to the drawing table, and be like, what did we get wrong? That's how I feel about Zoran in a lot of ways. Like, how did this happen again? How do we let this happen again? You know, what are we doing wrong maybe to not communicate clearly or loudly?
Well, it's exactly what I explained. They just wait until 10 years have passed and until another generation is old enough to vote. Another new generation is old enough to vote, and they don't have the memory from 10 years ago. And even people who voted 10 years ago lose their memory and fall for the trick again. Well, it didn't work that time, but maybe it'll work this time. Or they don't even remember at all because, like I said, yeah, they don't even have a good memory. They just do it because they have a short attention span.
Intelligently enough, in terms of like getting it out there, like why this is a dead end.
Yeah.
You know, so that's my take.
Instead of building an actual, workers' party and another infrastructure that's like out of the control of the corporate overlords, which is what Lenin did. We gotta, instead of just saying, he didn't rely on the Narodniks and the Mensheviks and infiltrating them to like do everything. Right? He split from the Mensheviks because they were useless. They were not helping. They created their own party.
You're 100% on point, man. Because I had the same like there was a part of me that was feeling dread. Like, man, we really do. Like, I know exactly what you mean, man. I like you phrase it perfectly. Because I explained on one of my streams before I was having one of my meltdowns, and I was destroying Hassan. I was like,
yeah, he didn't leave it up to the Mensheviks and yeah. Okay, yeah, I got all the parties. Because the Narodniks just became the SRS, basically. Or the SRS, I should say, not SRS.
I'm not doing this because I want like clicks or anything. I'm not doing this because I'm jealous of this person. I'm doing this because these people for whatever reason have massive relevance in the United States left. There are young Gen Z people for whatever reason that trust these people.
They're astroturfs. That's why. They'll do the bidding of the people who run shit. So they're astroturfed in the algorithm. They're not like they have this magically organic sort of support, and that's why they pick them. They're astroturf. They're astroturf assets. When people are getting too much motion and a following that's saying shit that they don't like, well, they kill their algorithm or they deplatform them from the platform. Like this guy has, I don't like that much myself, but yeah, he's been banned from multiple platforms, and he only recently, been able to get back on platforms now. But yeah, he was banned for a while because he was gaining too much traction. He used to do pro-Russia streams on Twitch. I think he's still banned from Twitch because of that. Calling out the Nazis in Ukraine early, which I was also doing because I've been following Ukraine since the 2014 Maidan coup and the Victoria Nuland leaked phone call with Jeffrey Piat, where they talk about picking the next leaders in Ukraine, basically influencing their elections. Like if that was a leaked phone call of Russian, government workers, because that's what they were. Victoria Nuland's still in the government. I forgot what Jeffrey Piat's doing. But yeah, Victoria Nuland's still around. She commented on the Ukraine situation after 2022, trying to like do damage control for the chemical weapons labs that were found in Ukraine that the U.S. was funding and propping up there to do like some fucking Himmler shit. But yeah, that's why he was kicked off for pointing out shit like that, and I was doing the same thing. But I didn't get banned because I didn't have a big following. It's like they'll only do that. They'll only ban you for these takes. Like I'm on Twitch right now. They probably would ban me if I had a bigger following. But nobody ever watches this fucking channel. So I'm not going to get banned right now. I don't care if I get banned on Twitch though, because I'm not trying to get a following. I only do this for like background noise later and as a source of basically a kind of a calendar, really. I guess that's not the best way to describe it. I use this as a more of a I said the word before on another stream. There's a reason I do this. More for like an account of things, basically. To come back to later for reference. But this goes straight to my VOD. So, my VOD that's not on Twitch.
And I have watched these people for 10 plus years lead the working class off a cliff. The RBN.
That's for anybody who ever sees this shit. Yeah, that's what I'm pointing it out.
Unlike many people, we did not ride the wave of Bernie Sanders. We was a left-wing think tank that developed to analyze.
Now, Nick, the person who's talking, used to campaign for Bernie because he used to trust Bernie. Then Bernie exposed himself as a fraud. So,
unlike many people, we did
not. Bernie's definitely not a socialist. Calls himself a democratic socialist. Does nothing really socialist though.
Ride the wave of Bernie Sanders.
Doesn't accomplish anything. He'll platform some new Trojan, and that's about it. Yeah, he helped platform Zohran Mamdani.
Was a left wing thing.
And Graham Cracker. And Graham Cracker. He was endorsing him. It doesn't matter that he has a Nazi Totenkopf and he killed a bunch of brown people in the Middle East. Fuck him. I think we should invade Venezuela. Fuck that narco country. And Cuba, fuck them. They're dictators. They're authoritarian. Like, I don't know why any socialist who's like an actual socialist would even, tolerate Bernie at that point. He said Trump's doing a good job with ICE and deportations. Like, why is anybody like pretending that they're gonna bring any change with these Democrats that Bernie's endorsing? He seems to like the shit that Trump's doing, and that would explain why there's no real pushback against anything Trump is doing. Because the Democrats actually fucking like it. Because it's really just one party, and they're pretending to be opposition.
Unlike many people, we did not ride the wave of Bernie Sanders. We was a left-wing think tank that developed to analyze what should the left do post Bernie Sanders. So when you describe how people start falling for it again, because our big thing, we wanted to get people into mutual aid, start organizing ourselves, to have ourselves build out our own government. Like, we need our own socialist infrastructure.
Our own infrastructure, exactly. This is what I fucking pointed out. They fucking say it here. I didn't even know he was gonna. Well, I mean, this is obvious. This is just communist praxis. So yeah, if you're a real communist, you're gonna point this out.
These are things that we've been advocating for, just brainstorming. So to see people regress and go back to 2019, it is 100% depressing. So I 100% relate to what you're saying. But let's get to the last statement. I know. I don't want you to be too much longer, Oz, but I'll make this last statement a little bit quicker because we have to get to Nick Fuentes. We have to get to Nick Fuentes.
Fucking
and the
Dick
reason
Fuentes.
why the pendulum keeps swinging. I explained this in my intro monologue. How the ruling class designed to keep.
They platform these guys more than these two. They platform a motherfucker like Nick Fuentes more than people who are at least trying to promote communism legitimately and not just using it as a campaign slogan. Because these two aren't running for anything. They just want to do actual communism. Like, different ways of going about it, different, sensibilities. One is conservative. One is a bit more, left leaning. But they both want to do communism.
Pendulum swinging. Whenever Democrats need help, the Republicans will help them out. Whenever Republicans need help, the Democrats will help them out. I know we viewed January 6th as a joke, but a lot of people thought that MAGA politics was dead after January 6th because he scared the shit out of.
I didn't think MAGA was going to be over after that. I saw that as the Fed performance that it was, and how they like a lot of the people involved in January 6th got off scot-free, didn't get put in jail or prosecuted at all. You had some undercover feds masquerading as cops there. Like, yeah, it was pretty obvious what was going on. So I didn't think that would be the end of this right-wing base at that point. I knew they're just gonna bring them back after the next election. I've seen this shit before. I've seen what happened with the Tea Party before this, man. Like, MAGA is it's like a continuation of the Tea Party. It's just more blatantly unprofessional compared to the Tea Party. Like people don't even remember the Tea Party group. That's how short-term memory people are. They don't remember a lot of the shit that happened during those motherfuckers' influence.
The suburbanites were scared as fuck after January 6th, and that led to Joe Biden winning. That's one of many reasons, right? So MAGA and Republicans was weak.
What?
So what did
Wait a minute, what?
The suburbanites were scared as fuck after January 6th because they scared the shit out of the suburbanites. Politics was dead after January 6th because they scared the shit out of the suburbanites. The suburbanites were scared as fuck after January 6th, and that led to Joe Biden winning. That's one of many reasons, right? So
no, it isn't, because Joe Biden already won. That was in January 6th after the elections. Nick, why would you make a mistake like that? Maybe I'm misunderstanding what he's saying. But no, that was after the election, and they were going to do like a recount. Maybe he's saying, well, the recount would have had more legitimacy or something if the January 6th riot didn't happen. Because otherwise, I don't know what he means. That was after the elections. Well, I guess that has to be what it means. Because the whole point about that whole meeting there was to like do the recount or something. I forgot. Like I don't like put any legitimacy into these elections, but I do try to at least sometimes acknowledge the logic behind them and the responses to them. But I guess that's what he means, the recount.
MAGA and Republicans was weak. So what do Democrats do? They fund a fucking genocide. They break rail strikes. They do whatever it takes to help elevate the other party because we know the duopoly system cannot work without two strong parties, and they actually work to facilitate that. So we're going to cover why there was this massive blue wave yesterday. Why New York would even consider voting for a Muslim progressive is because we have Republicans who put America.
Oh, wait a minute. Maybe he means the midterms. Maybe that's what Nick is referring to. Because there were some blue wins in the midterms. I guess that's what he means. After the January 6th shit.
We witnessed the rise of the I don't know how to say it, goipers?
Goipers. Goipers.
Israel because
I mean, that's like a slur for like, or at least it wasn't originally a slur, but it became a slur. It means something more mundane before it became used as a slur, goy. But they're called groypers, but yeah. If you wanted to offend the groypers, calling them goypers, I guess, would probably really trigger them.
The American people are rejecting Israel. And even on the right, you see these politicians called out for it. So I'll play this video, and I'm leading to Nick Fuentes here because they're now their new golden boy that they are taking advantage of. They're taking advantage of this situation. So here are Republicans who can't even answer the question on whether they view America first or Israel first. And this kind of cutlery is what led to the rise of Nick Fuentes in the first place. That's why I'm starting here.
Excuse me, sir, America first or Israel first? Come on, sir. You answer right, you might have a future in this town, bro. You'll never be anywhere in politics without having a backbone and a spine, sir. Chicken.
No, having no spine is how
that was a base video. So
that's how you
push on the right
fail up in this system.
To hold their politicians accountable who selling out the American people to Israel. And the establishment in the Republican Party understands this. So I'm going to show you guys this first before we get to Nick Fuentes, because here's Lindsey Graham. They had this Republican Jewish coalition Congress, which is essentially a Jewish supremacy rally. I can show you guys so many clips from this, but this fucking gathering, they might as well had Klan hoods on.
Yeah, that's all they are. They're white supremacists.
The shit we seen coming out of this Republican Jewish coalition was insane. I don't know how much you've seen of it, Haas, but I'm gonna show you guys.
I saw, yeah.
Yeah, this is the neocons on the right melting down about Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes. So let me play this clip, and I'm building this because we're gonna get to Nick Fuentes here very soon because he's playing a very important role. We discussed how we have left-wing ops that work on behalf of the Democratic Party.
Yeah,
they have the same,
and they have
you
these
see what I'm saying?
right-wing ops.
Nick Fuentes,
with Nick
he's the op
Fuentes
for the Republicans.
Yeah,
this is the reaction from the establishment on him.
He recognized Jerusalem as capital of Israel. Why?
They also have Candace Owens.
Because if you got a problem with that, take it up with God. He's the guy.
Who's more popular than Fuentes. Well, she was back when Charlie Kirk died. I don't know if that still holds up.
The Republican Party. I feel good about where we're going as a nation.
Oh, wait, who is this speaking? Wait a minute. Is this Lindsey Graham? No, I don't know.
Of Israel. Why?
Ops that work on behalf of the Democratic Party.
They have the same.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Nick Fuentes, he's the op for the Republicans, and this is the reaction from the establishment on him.
He recognized Jerusalem as capital of Israel. Why? Because if you got a problem with that, take it up with God. He's the guy that did it, not Trump.
What?
No, that's capital of Israel wasn't there prior to 1948. I mean, there was Zionists there invading the place, but there was no Israel capital yet.
I feel good about where we're going as a nation.
God didn't say that. You said that.
Right people, and we're cutting your taxes.
We're killing all the right people. And I said it all the time. These people are gangsters in suits. Everything that they paid Hamas and terrorists as, this people just bragging casually how we murdering children in Lebanon with pagers.
Yeah.
We're starving children in Palestine. This is the Republican Party that they want to see. And people like Mark Levin, they're having a meltdown because even the most brainwashed right-wing SPEM is looking like, hey, man, I don't think we should be spending our taxpayer money on this. And this
invading other countries to commit genocide. He's bragging about that.
Melting down because people on the right are starting to see like, hey, man, this fucking America first thing is a scam. It was an Israeli.
Yeah, they're lying.
And I just want
they were lying about being anti-war.
Anti-Israel, anti-West crowd that understands.
I'm anti both. Anti all three, actually.
You're going to have to come through me and millions of people just like me. And you're not going to make it.
I'm pretty sure I can run circles around you, Baldy. This guy looks like Uncle Fester, only more out of shape than Uncle Fester.
You're stupid little going to make them through me and something. Anti-Israel, anti-West crowd that understands something.
I'm anti-West. What about it?
You have to come through me and millions of people just like me. And you're not going to make it.
Million of you.
Your stupid little podcast, your stupid little subscription program, or your little TV show.
Fucking boomer.
Little radio show.
Yeah, he's a boomer, dude.
It's going to change the world like hell it is. Not if I and everybody else.
You think?
Nobody likes you, motherfucker. Nobody likes Israel.
Your so-called telegraph. Your pigeon by the letter. You think that your Morse code machine and your so-called, they calling it a telephone? Is that what it is?
Is that a rotary phone?
You think that's gonna stop us? No. These guys are fucking boomers.
Yeah.
Boomer as fuck.
He's about to pass out. This guy.
isn't that like a terroristic threat? Like this is the Jewish fascists openly admitting that you have no control over your government. I think, as goofy as it sounds, I think this is a threat that the working class should take seriously.
Yeah.
Like,
No, yeah, of course.
Imagine saying this unironically and not realizing you're Darth Vader. Like people are against us killing kids. You think you're gonna change the world? Like I think this is self-humor.
Man, it's good that he said Darth Vader because he sure does look like Darth Vader after he takes the helmet off. Looks pathetic as fuck. Yeah, that's what he looks like. Like that old, crispy ass, out of shape old man after he takes off the Vader helmet at the end of the trilogy, the first trilogy.
Or your little TV show, or maybe you have a little radio show. It's going to change the world like hell it is. Not if I and everybody else have something to say about it. And
you think you're gonna change the world? Not if I have anything to say, but imagine saying a sentence like that and not immediately realize
This guy already has been changed. All right, he literally has no touch on it. He's literally talking about the radio show.
Yeah,
He's
nobody
talking about
listens to
fucking
radio,
bro. This guy's totally. He's lost the plot.
No radio stations are playing this message either.
I've explained it 1,000 times before. I view our politics as legitimate as the WWE, as pro wrestling.
Yeah.
He is fake as fuck.
Yeah.
Like, the Hassan Pikers who we just showed, they were supposed to be the babyface.
This is how I described
it. The babyface is the person supposed to be the good guy. The Zoran Mamdani is the good guy. The Chuck Schumer, he's the ill. Chuck Schumer is the approved heel. Even Jon Stewart will go after Chuck Schumer because he's the bad guy. You guys see how they have approved bad guys? And the approved bad guy from the Republican establishment is now Nick.
He's
Fuentes.
also a Democrat, though.
Beyond.
So why are we pretending like just because you're a Democrat that you're gonna do right by the people when we got Chuck Schumer's, all right, or Cuomo's, but he ran as an independent in this election. But we know what he was, he was before. And they were glazing him back during the pandemic, early, like when it first started. They were glazing him. Now they're calling him out as the murderer that he pretty much was. Like, did a bunch of misdiagnoses and sent people to go die in nursing homes instead of properly serving them. Okay. 1 second. I'm trying to remember something, but never mind.
The Bell, he's a crazy neo-Nazi. But I'm gonna ask you guys a question. You had Randy Fine, who openly.
Yeah, Nick Fuentes is obviously performing. Like, that's why they don't take his like Hail Hitler shit seriously. And the U.S. likes Hitler anyway, so he's not on like some terrorist list. His bank account isn't being frozen or seized. Like Nick Fuentes will make these comments and like none of it, there's no actual substance to it. Because no one's really after him. The state isn't after Nick Fuentes. He is an asset of the state.
He literally has no touch on it. He's literally talking about the radio show. He's talking about fucking radio, bro. This guy's totally. He's lost the plot.
So you guys see how I explained it 1,000 times before. I view our politics as legitimate as the WWE, as pro wrestling.
Me too.
He is fake as fuck. Like the Hassan Pikers who we just showed, they were supposed to be the babyface. Like I explained it 1,000 times. The babyface is the person supposed to be the good guy. The Zoran Mamdani is the good guy. The Chuck Schumer, he's the ill. Chuck Schumer is the approved heel. Even Jon Stewart will go after Chuck Schumer because he's the bad guy. You guys see how they have approved.
It's not hard to go
guys?
after Chuck Schumer.
And the approved bad guy from the Republican establishment is now Nick Fuentes. He's the guy who's beyond the pale. He's a crazy neo-Nazi. But I'm gonna ask you guys a question. You had Randy Fine, who openly endorsed carpet bombing Gaza. Like he openly endorsed mass murdering Palestinian children.
Yeah.
So what makes Nick Fuentes uniquely evil compared to someone like
his
Randy
whole edge and popularity comes from this fake perception that he's like this big bad villain or scary.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No one fears him.
Away, he'd be a nobody.
Yeah. He's a Fed.
We exposed him before in our last stream. But despite what these with the Hills, what the real bad guys do. People like Lindsey Graham, they exist to
Lindsey Graham
uplift.
That's who that was earlier too.
Is. Like the same way that Hill's supposed to make the baby face look good. Like it's the fake criticism.
So
because Nick Fuentes at the end of the day is a neocon. He is
so
advocating.
Nick, if I may, real quick, because I've been thinking, it's like when we say dialectic, this is what it is.
Yeah.
Okay. This is their system of control. They have an understanding of dialectics up at top. I think they do, because what they do is that they have one person, they have a Randy Fine, and then they anticipate the response to Randy Fine, and they capture and seize upon that response so that they can control it. And in this way, they have a controlled dialectical system. And everything is dialectical. I mean, I'm a Marxist. I think everything is dialectical. But they've created a dialectical system where they anticipate potential opposition, capture it, monopolize it, control it, and seize upon it. And it's a fucking puppet show. And you got to ask the question. We see the hands. Okay, we see Nick Fuentes, Randy Fine, whatever. Who's controlling that shit? Like, where's the head? Ask the question, where's the head?
Yeah.
And Nick Fuentes was allowed to exist, and this is what his Goiper army don't understand, because he's here to legitimize the anti-Semitism host that they want to push.
This is a glorification. This what you're showing now on New York Times.
Yeah,
that is a glorification. I've never seen somebody gassed up. He's gassed the fuck up. They don't. You think they don't know how to fucking hurt someone's image? Nick, I think you would find that laughable, right? You don't think these guys in the New York Times and the media know how to hurt someone's image? Of course they fucking do. They do it to us all the time. They know how to fucking tarnish someone's image. You think this is tarnishing someone's image? You think this is tarnishing his image? They know what they're doing.
The same way they did the glamour shot, the amazing article about Hassan Piker, and
they know what they're doing.
Left.
Of course they know what they're doing.
Come on, do you guys think this is fucking legit? So Charlie Kirk dies, and they see the rise of young youth going towards Nick Fuentes. And you gotta understand, Nick Fuentes' entire criticism of the Republican Party wasn't based on class, wasn't an analysis of imperial structures. It was, they won't let me into the club.
And if they do, he'll sell out immediately. And he already is. And they haven't even let him in. But it's never been about principle. It's always been about, I was locked out. I want revenge. That's all it is.
Yeah.
So now they're trying to use Nick Fuentes and prop him up as a new Charlie Kirk. And I truly believe that they have people like Lindsey Graham, and you had all these Ted Cruz call him out by name to elevate him. And now they're doing these glamour shots on him. And this is why, because he's not a threat to the system. This is Nick Fuentes coming out full-fledged as a George W. Bush Republican. Because his criticism of Zionism had no substance of it. In fact, we explained how his criticism of Zionism was simply jealousy. He wanted to implement white Zionism in the United States, and he's upset because he viewed the Jewish Zionist community as being more successful at spreading their supremacy than him. So this is Nick Fuentes endorsing the regime change in Venezuela. And we end our stream on this. I know we're going a little bit long, but let's play the video and we end it on this last analysis here. This is why Nick Fuentes is being propped up, and this is why he's a complete fraud.
I actually probably favor regime change in Venezuela, to be honest.
That's Nick Fuentes talking right now. Yeah, he's in support of regime change in Venezuela. Okay. Yeah, of course you are.
Regime change in Venezuela.
So you support the feds, is what you're saying. You're a Fed.
Probably favor regime change in Venezuela, to be honest. I think that is a perfectly legitimate strategic goal of the United States.
Yeah, more war, sure.
We talk all the time about Israel and the war over there, and those are wars that don't benefit the United States. I actually think it would be beneficial if we had a pro-American regime in Venezuela. Probably would be good for us because of the resources they have.
That's what the FBI told him to say.
So
of course you think that's a good idea.
Imagine how much of a charlatan you have to be spreading the idea to your poor, uneducated white audience that United States regime change war benefits the American people. That's the argument. I don't even want to spend that much time. I know we went long. I don't want to spend that much time debunking this because we know why this is absurd. The same way I went after Marjorie Taylor Greene for supporting this. But he is making the argument to his poor white supporters who did not benefit from United States imperialism already, they're somehow going to benefit from capitalists privatizing and stealing Venezuelan natural resources. You think that shit going to trickle down to you, son?
I'll just say this: there's two possibilities. You know, the first one I think is the most likely. He's getting an order. He's getting a call, and he's saying, "Hey, you have to take." And he always moves this way. He always conveniently takes the position that, in the end, supports the hegemony, right? But then the second thing is he might be LARPing as a realist. You know, well, the United States has all these countries are motivated by self-interest. This is what happens when you don't have class analysis. Okay, the United States benefits. Who is the United States? Is it you? Is it me? Who is it? It's a ruling class, and there is a conflict of interest within America between different classes. If you're an idiot who doesn't have class analysis, you're just going to say, well, you know, there's just a little bit too much of a Jewish lobby. Otherwise, there's a unified United States. No, there's not. There's a class distinction, and there is no unified United States interest. No such thing exists. What the United States wants is what the
United States doesn't represent class interest. It represents the ruling class interest, the fascist class interest, the imperialist class interest. This is why he says, yeah, you got to recognize imperialism if you're going to be a socialist here or a communist here. You know, basically both. You know,
ruling capitalist class wants, and yeah, that includes the Jewish capitalist class. That includes the Zionist billionaires. But at the end of the day, they're not motivated by the Talmud. They're motivated by their bottom line.
Talmud just gives fake background to these actors
to the interests of the American people.
Yep. Remember, never forget, Nick Fuentes was at
January 6th,
January 6th protest.
He pointed it out.
And he told MAGA supporters to storm the Capitol.
Yeah.
And he wasn't arrested.
Didn't go to jail.
Isn't it interesting?
I'm glad he pointed that out.
No, it's why Nick,
he's a
you
fan.
said I killed Charlie Kirk.
Yeah. That was
really
really shady. Like, why are you even going after ACP and framing them for this murder of Charlie Kirk, who's probably not even dead? So that, you know, they got feds going after these guys who aren't even like platformed on major media. So like, that's already suspicious to me. Why are you like? They must really not like the attention this ACP is getting more and more online through like just their SEO strategy. So I don't know. So yeah, that was already stupid to me, and I don't even like ACP so much. I thought that was dumb. No, ACP didn't do anything. I don't even think Charlie Kirk's really dead. Like, my theory stands, and it makes more sense than the official story. My story is that Charlie Kirk had to fake his death because he's transitioning, okay, into a woman. All the jokes he did against trans people was just projecting. But he wanted to go get a transition himself. So that's my theory. You can't keep the Charlie Kirk character around if you're getting a transition. Right? You're gonna lose a lot of the base that he originally had. So they had to fake his death and give him a fake martyrdom. The death we saw was just a Sora 2 video. They're already doing it against those black folks. You think they wouldn't do it for their psyops? Like that Charlie Kirk death, which is used as nothing but a psyop. Yeah, I think they would. They already tried to do that with Epstein prison footage. So thinking they wouldn't like fake a martyrdom is naive to me. That's my theory. Until they prove me otherwise. That's, I'm not really committed to it, but it makes more sense than the official story. So I'm going to say that's what really happened. Charlie Kirk got a sex change.
Retracted that, by the way. He said that we killed Charlie Kirk.
That's why he's gone.
The ACP did.
Bro, you know how fast it would be in Guantanamo Bay if we had a left-wing January 6th? Can you imagine if Haas was at the Capitol? Like, we need ACP to storm the Capitol.
I want to
be locked up in Guantanamo.
Information that
they would go to jail.
Before. you know, not only do I get questioned every time I enter this country, every
Yeah.
single fucking time. I mean, it doesn't even if I'm coming from Canada. But if I have
Especially
a
coming
friend
from
or
China, I know.
family that crosses from
went there.
Canada, purely personal, by the way, you know, nothing political, they're getting detained and questioned too, just because they know me.
Crazy.
So how fucking crazy is that? I was never involved in any criminal anything. I wasn't at January 6th. The only reason is because of my views.
I never seen him in any shady areas.
Fucking crazy.
Haas, it's always great having you on, man. We can go all night, but I'm gonna end
Like,
it around 90
you'll
minutes.
see
It's
these
great having you on.
fucking these content creators like Baked Alaska and shit at like January 6th or that Charlottesville demonstration where that woman got ran over. Yeah, you'll see a lot of those fucking assets there. None of them really get arrested. Well, Baked Alaska kind of got arrested. He wasn't as beloved an asset as Nick Fuentes, so they didn't mind arresting his ass. But he got like a plea deal and let out early.
Any last final thoughts on whether you want to talk about the future ACP, what the left should be thinking after
Brittany Venti,
wherever you want to
her
take it. It's
bitch
great to have
ass.
you on, Haas, as always. Fun conversation. Any final thoughts before we wrap up?
Thank you so much for having me on. It's always a pleasure. Always a great time.
Well said. Make sure you guys follow Haas and reject the professional liberal managerial class,
the PMC
cancel culture bullshit. If you see someone who is advocating for the working class, who is advocating for anti-imperialism, don't convince these fucking gatekeepers. This is what me and Shama, we talking about these gatekeepers. Don't allow them to convince you to cancel ACP members. Don't allow them to convince you to cancel anyone.
I'm not
who's
gonna
asking questions about the Democratic
ask to
Republican Party.
deplatform ACP. I just don't agree with everything they say. But yeah, I think they're doing better work than even the DSA at this point, which is pathetic, considering how long the DSA has been around. I think the DSA is like an asset group. They're like a DSA is used as more of a what do you call it? An advocacy group for the Democrats now, because they can't use the same liberal sort of behavior and rhetoric anymore. So they need to like be bolstered by a fake communist group, which is what the DSA is today. Maybe when they started out, they were more genuine, but they've clearly been reined in. But yeah, they're like an advocacy and like establishment now for basically corporate Democrats to make them look more, populist, more communist. That when they're just corporate liberals, neolibs. Anyway, it's late. I gotta go. But yep. I probably won't be streaming tomorrow, but we'll see. I'm kind of busy. But, anyway, take care. Bye.